Welcome back to Nintagious. Everybody's doing well tonight. Ready for some cozy? I know I am. I know I am. Alright, I know it's only been a couple of days. I still need to fully remember what the hell I was up to. I know I was saving up some crops for cooking. Oh, we are in autumn now, okay. That's something I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember if we were still in autumn or if we were still in already can't words. I couldn't remember if we were still in summer. That's right. We did the first day of fall because it was a big sale day. It's a lot of fucking turnips, dude. Uh-oh, they're not all done. It's weird. Didn't I plant them all at the same time? Oh. Oh, they're different quality. So I ran out of fertilizer at some point. I remember. I guess it was raining yesterday. Get Joe Butts outside. We should be expecting some egg hatching soonish. I think I already... Yeah, I already said to sell that chicken. Okay, we're good to go. Yes, Blue Mato. Who wanted that? I think I said I was gonna not bother with that one. Oh, did I forget to give him a tree crop? Or did I, maybe I just picked that up. So Cole wants the blue Mato. Got it. I do remember pondering if I wanted to plant more trees. Oh, fuck. Wrong one. There you go, buddy. You don't understand.
Yeah?
Thank you, goodbye. Gave me butter. Okay. It's fucking raining. Oh my god. It really do be never ending. Alright, sorry guys. I'm not happy about it either, trust me. Didn't I plant some blue turnips? I probably can't use blue turnips for jam. That wouldn't make any sense. I probably just can't grow any of the stuff that I need to grow right now. Alright, I have autumn stuff to grow. Oh no, I should have done that yesterday. Okay, I guess no fields were open yesterday. I guess that's the joke. Spring, winter, autumn, autumn, autumn. Okay. So all these. Every wrong button, forgive me. Okay, blue straws. Blue straws. Thought I had more than that. Blue sweets. Blue sweets. And randomly 5 A-rank sweet potatoes. Alright, so we'll go by 13 more sweet potatoes to pack in there. And maybe... So 20 total? Oh right, where's my crop list? My cheat sheet. So strawberry. Oh, do I want to pack more sweet potatoes in there, or do I want to grow some carrots? I think I might want to grow some... I don't know what I grew yesterday, so I don't know what I currently have going. I guess I could have checked. We'll go with this. We'll stick with the sweet potatoes. I like this plan. I should probably check to see if I mean, I have room. I could just plant carrots too, if I don't already have some going. Oh. Hey, Riley. Okay. This. Like that. And like this, and okay, so those are all watermelons. I already had some sweet potatoes planted, but that's fine. And these are probably carrots. Okay, so I did also have carrots. Good. Good. I could plant more. I'm not going to. That's okay. We're fine. All this other stuff is winter, except for these, which are spring. Place for everything, everything in its place. Hey, Looney, how's it going? Yo, an egg. Okay, let's... hold on. $50 requests. But wait, there's more? Right, big profit. I remember. Yeah, one of you I didn't snuggle yet, so that needed to be addressed. Oh, no, that's right. We just had all of our hatches yesterday. That's right. Right, and sheep pregnant again. We can only carry 2 more sheep. then that won't be a thing anymore. I can't complain. I feel a little under-rested, maybe. I really had to resist the urge to roll over and go back to sleep today. But, I think that's just a getting older thing, right? There's a whole lot we can do about that. Well, I guess you're just not getting combed. Or, brushed. What's the difference? But I've been having a lot of fun with all the gaming variety we've been doing lately. I think I found my, like, streaming fire again. Yeah, let's give some snuggles, too. It's raining, so it's not like I have a lot to do today. Yeah, getting back into retro achievements. Oh, the rain stopped. Let's go. Just created... I was talking yesterday about how it, like, almost created some chaos as far as streaming went. Because now it's just kind of like, you never know what I'm going to be playing on those nights. But it's been, like, a lot of stuff that I probably wouldn't have found the time to stream otherwise, because maybe they're not super long playthroughs. Or it's just the only way I have to access it is on emulator, and I tend to not like doing stuff on emulators. And a bunch of stuff that I've just never played before in general. I think, I was trying to look through some of the other events that Retro Achievements has, and the other one I found was a roulette, which is basically like every week it picks 3 random achievements from the website, and those are like the goals. And I was like, I don't know if I like that one so much. The one I like about what I like about the one that Theo recently introduced me to is it kind of just, it doesn't tell you what game to play, it tells you a requirement the game has to meet, so you have a little bit more agency about what you're gonna play, which is really nice. Even though I've been getting some pretty bad draws so far. I mean, some of them are good. Just looking for more mushrooms, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot up right now. I played it way back when it came out, which was a long time ago already. I never really had the desire to play it more than the once. Like, it wasn't like, I didn't dislike it, but I'm not very invested in Street Fighter, I guess is what it comes down to. It was impressive, though, because it was, like, a fan game that Capcom decided to give their seal of approval, which was very cool. Milk, please? God, I waited way too long to milk them this morning, didn't I? Dude, the sheep are so loud. Alright, well, that gives me a chance to open my drink and check on my... I got a new phone today. So that's a thing. So it's sitting on the charger right now. Yeah, there's so many like different hacks in fan games, and somehow that one got their attention. I was kind of in a time where Capcom wasn't really doing anything with Mega Man, too. Kind of surprising that it came to be, really. Okay, I think we can... I am hungry. Let's go to the... to the place. What was it? The pub, I guess? Well, I actually wanted to check, so... Well, I guess I can't tell. That's weird. I wanted to find out... I don't remember when I got my last phone. I wanted to find out how old it was. But of course they don't name them in an intuitive manner, so I'm looking... I still have the box sitting over here. And I can see that it was a Samsung Galaxy A50. Whatever that means. And this is an S24. I don't... I don't know how I'm supposed to determine, like, the series number from that. But anyway, on the, phone plan with my mother, her phone was cracked to hell. Not cracked to hell, I've seen way worse, but it had a couple of pretty big cracks in it. And, my battery was starting to swell, I think. So that was kind of what made me go, we should probably get new phones soon. So she had other stuff to do today, so she went out and hit the place up to see about new phones, and I said, purple, please. And she came home and said, hey, purple phone. And I was like, yo, let's go. It's mostly, like, all the preliminary setup is done. I just have to, like, you know, install apps and stuff now. I'd probably uninstall a couple, too, if I had to guess. Because they always come preloaded with so much garbage that I'm probably not going to want. But that can wait until after the stream. Wow, these are sprouting already? I'm surprised by that. Oh, was it when I was playing Celeste? That's another one of those weird ones like Hollow Knight for me, where, like, I remember liking it so much, but I don't remember liking streaming it. Which was more of a YouTube community problem than a problem with the game, really, I think. So, maybe I should give it another chance and play through that again someday. I'm sometimes curious about if people remember, like, what I was playing when they first found the channel. I try to think of other channels. I mean, I don't really watch a lot of people on YouTube now, but of the ones I still do follow, I sometimes try to be like, do I remember what they were playing when I first found them? I don't think I do. My memory's bad with stuff like that. Yeah, with Hollow Knight, I remember, like, backseating was really bad. And that kind of ruined that playthrough for me. And Celeste was very... I kept getting viewers that were like, oh, I remember when this stage gave me trouble. I'm gonna go play it right now. Oh, I beat it in under 3 minutes. How quaint. And it was just so off-putting. I think that's a lot of why I stopped playing it and never, like, truly finished it, even though I was, like, pretty engaged in it. But, I'm just noticing a difference between YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers. I think those of you that actually are, like, regulars here are, like, the exceptions when it comes to YouTube viewers, for sure. I was watching an archive of someone else doing a YouTube stream, and they had chat on the screen, and I was just, like, reading their chat, and I was like, man, the YouTube energy is just so much different than Twitch, and, like, not necessarily in a good way. Do we have more trick flowers today? We do. Hey, Entity, welcome back. We're pretty much picking up right where we left off on the last stream. I don't remember if you were there until the end, though. I don't think you were. Do I want to save these and do anything with them, or do I just want to burn them? I do need fertilizer, like, really badly right now. So I'm probably going to burn them. Falling asleep because the game was making you fall asleep. That's fair. The music is very cozy. And fortunately, unless I'm complaining about Carter, I, like, actually keep it down when I'm playing this game, and I'm not flipping out about anything. Hey, toxic viewing. Yeah, like, and the unfortunate reality is, like, when you're a growing channel, you kind of feel like you have to just take it. Like, you just have to let it go and try to look the other way, which is something I don't really want to do. Because I am definitely very, like, anti-bully. So I may have missed some growth opportunities due to the fact that I was just, like, telling people like that to shut up. Oh, no, yeah, I get you. Even this music, I feel like, would be very nice to, like, have on when trying to go to sleep. And yeah, I think the perfect... I had to second guess what I was saying. But no, I think the perfect viewer is the viewer that comes here because they enjoy the conversation. And that they'll pretty much watch whatever I want to feel like playing. Because that just gives you a lot of freedom. I had a moment back in... When did I do the 3D Mario Marathon? Whenever I did that, Mario Odyssey got extremely good views, which was frustrating because, I mean, I had a good time playing Odyssey, but I was like, there's only so much I can do, and I'm not gonna just play the game a second time just for the sake of milking viewership, because I'm gonna get bored. And extra unfortunately is most of the people that came for those streams didn't come back to any other stream, which is really unfortunate. So yeah, in a perfect world, you want the ones that are like, oh, I don't care what you're playing. And there's a streamer on Twitch that I watch that is pretty much like that. Like, he plays a bunch of horror stuff, which I do not really care for. But, in case you guys didn't know, people who stream horror games are typically overnight and really cozy. So I watched him a lot, despite the fact that he very rarely plays anything that I'm interested in. What is this music? So much for cozy. Uh-oh. What a brat. Yo, Melanie to the rescue. Oh no. That's not exactly what I had in mind. I was expecting more that Melanie was gonna be like, oh hey, did you need help with something? No, I'm still in silver, Riley. I think I'm about to do the 7th gym. I just did, like, the rocket hideout in, is that Mahogany Town, I think? I did the rocket hideout and then I stopped the last time I played. So I think I can just go straight into the 7th gym. Isn't there a detour to Goldenrod for another rocket town? Or rocket hideout? So I think I have to probably do that at some point before heading to the 8th gym, maybe. If I do, I feel like I could maybe beat silver if I take like one more night off and just play that all night. Or maybe like 2 smaller sessions. We'll get it done. Usually listen to fireplaces crackling or the sound of rivers. Yeah, I usually have a fan on when I sleep for that white noise. Back over the holidays while I was sick, I had a hard time sleeping laying down, so I was out in the living room sleeping in the recliner, and when I did that, I didn't have the fan, so I turned on Yule logs on the TV and used that for white noise. And that was pretty pleasant. I was worried that the crackling was going to like wake me up, and I was going to be like, "What the hell was that?" But it actually worked out pretty well. I have an alarm that, like an alarm clock that has a tone that is the sound of rivers, and I was like, "Oh, that's really nice," and it doesn't wake me up. I think it just makes me sleep deeper, so I unfortunately wasn't able to use it. It's too cozy. You enjoy seeing games that you would have never thought to play. Yeah, see, that's kind of the thing for me too. Like, I enjoy watching people play games that are like games that I like and seeing how they take to them. But I also like seeing things. That's part of why I like taking the week off for GDQ events and then just sit and watch and be like, I don't know what this game is. and then just, like, discovering random stuff. Oh, I can make these salads now. Okay, so I should do that. And again, that's why I've been enjoying the retro achievement thing, because I played Medieval that I've never played before, and finished that. I'm gonna start... I started yesterday, and I'm gonna continue tomorrow, the PSP remake of Rondo of Blood. I did play Rondo of Blood, but I haven't played the remake. Yeah, I could see enjoying the talking depending on your mood. Because, like, I usually lurk when I watch streams. But then a lot of streamers I watch usually have, like, hundreds of people watching, so I don't really feel the need to contribute at all. If they were smaller, I might feel more motivated to actually converse. Your oldest has gotten better than you at Mario Kart? Oh no. Just don't let him near Tetris, right? Need more. You can put like, yeah, like 85 in there. We're falling behind on fertilizer all of a sudden. Oh no, there's none. Hate to see it. Okay, so we can do 2 bags of seeds there. I guess I could do more over here if I really wanted to. What do I want to grow? Do I want to try to plant some tomatoes before it's too late? Or just strawberries, more turnips, carrots, more sweet potatoes? I already have a lot of sweet potatoes growing. I think I should put some more strawberries down. We're just gonna grab 2 packs of strawberries for that. If they're open, which they're probably not gonna be because fuck me. Tetris for them looks boring as hell. They'll see the light. Someday they'll understand. Oh, fuck. Should watch smaller streamers, because when you do, you like to talk and you like to be heard. Yeah, like, large streamers are very hit or miss for me. I don't watch a lot of streamers, and I feel like that will change as I grow on Twitch. I kind of stopped watching people on YouTube because I kind of feel like they're always playing the same thing. There's like 2 big streamers I watch on Twitch. And, they're both pretty good at, like... At least if you say, hello, streamer, how is it going? They'll at least see you and say, oh, hey, how are you? Like, they'll acknowledge that you're there. But if you try to hold a conversation, it might get kind of tricky. Brushies? No, Tetris will be like while you have other stuff going. I could see that. Because it's kind of like, the more you play Tetris, your muscle memory just kind of gets it for you, right? And you kind of just go on autopilot. It's kind of me with this game, honestly. My brain's just kind of like, I'll handle this. And then every now and then I have to pause and be like, okay, what else should I do here? we're just gonna wait for milk. I never get to catch View's streams anymore, which makes me sad. Because usually streams is like... Sometimes he'll be going live as I'm going to sleep. If I were to say that I actually do watch anyone on YouTube, it would probably be View, Twain, and Brad. Brad doesn't stream a lot anymore. Twain doesn't stream a lot anymore, and when he does, it's usually in this time slot, so I'm not able to catch it. And View is usually in, like, late mornings, early afternoons, I believe. So I'm usually either going to sleep or already asleep by then. Cooking. Cooking. And I think I need carrots and sweet potatoes for the other bits of cooking I wanted to do. It's not soup, stupid. It's a salad. Oh, I could do some of those too. That's probably not going to give me much experience, though, if I had to guess. I don't know if this will either, but... I think the big fall dish, which hold on, let me recheck the ingredients on that. I think the big fall dish will be the one that'll feel like I'm making a lot of progress. Yeah, hold on, I have to remember what I was going to make. Fish stew. Yeah, so I have plenty of turnips. I need potatoes, carrots, or sweet potatoes. And then I just have to catch some random fish. So I guess that's a thing to do to burn away some time on these days. Van's about to leave, right? Let me see if they're selling seeds now that he's gone. Typically play till you get a win and then move on. Oh, so you play one match a day? Am I right? Almost completely joking, but I expect Looney's gonna be like, yeah, it's usually 2 or 3 matches a day. Is there still a nice... I guess there's still a nice crowd of people playing Tetris 99? Sadly, like, I don't know if it's gotten better. I don't know if you've tried it, Riley, but F-Zero 99, like, the viewer base, or the player base, kind of dropped off, sadly. I haven't really been encouraged to go back to it, because the last time I tried to, it was like, the matchmaking was kind of not good. I mean, they're still doing Tetris events, like, every couple weeks, so... I'm really hoping I'll be able to buy some seeds real quick before the end of the day. You don't understand?
Hey! Thank you!
Alright, so, yeah, let's do some straws. I had fun with F-Zero, but yeah, after like 2 months, I think people still play like the main mode, but the extra modes, which was part of why I liked the game, because it gives you like a nice trickle of things to do. So if you get bored of doing one mode, well, hey, look, another mode just popped and you can do that now, which I really liked. But nobody played the other modes eventually. Can I can't just sell food. That makes it extra annoying. So I'm gonna have to, like, wait for Van to sell all that. Or just open up the stall and try to sell it to random people. So I don't love that. Feed the birds. You don't have to feed the birds. Like, look, they're fine. They're fending for themselves. Bump, bump, bump. I miss my granana trees. Yeah, I think someone at Nintendo was very smart and said, hey, what if we make it a battle royale? Which was a very good idea. Yeah, I think I saw something the other day about how Mario Kart is still just flying off the shelves. I don't even know how they're gonna make another Mario Kart at this point. Like, I think they really put themselves in a corner with that game. I have concern that they're gonna pull a Smash Ultimate and they're gonna be like, Mario Kart 9 has every single course from Mario Kart 8. And then it's gonna be like, well then why, then who cares? Like, the whole reason I'd want a new game is to see new courses. I mean, I can think of a couple of things they could do. I think they should bring Double Dash back. And I don't think they should make it that it should be a choice. You should be able to choose to race alone or race cooperatively. And then it has everyone, like, in the same race. Like, don't make it like Double Dash where you can only do it one way. But I really liked the cooperative element of Double Dash, and I think that would be a fun addition. That would be enough to make me say, like, okay, I'll buy another Mario Kart, because that sounds cool. Dude, even the duck chick is so fucking cute. Hey, Theo. Double Dash is, like, pretty good. I remember I replayed it a couple years ago. And I think Double Dash and Mario Kart Wii are both, like... They have this element of... They were still designed with the solo player in mind. There's things to do. There's lots of stuff to unlock, and I think that makes them very fun to play. You get that steady dopamine drip of... like, ooh, I unlocked something else. Mario Kart 8 kind of didn't have that. Mario Kart 8 was just kind of like, just play online, forehead. And it was still, like, it was still good, but from a solo perspective, felt lacking. But I mean, the courses and, like, the overall, like, production value of it was very good. But I definitely miss the huge pile of unlockables. Now, part of that is I don't like kart customization, to be fully honest. So them being like, oh, you unlocked new tires, I was just like, I don't care. What's that mean to me? my day, like, over already? Did I do everything I needed to do? Should I go digging? I don't really want to do digging anymore. It takes up too much inventory space. Oh, did I already talk to them all? I guess I could snuff them. Uh-oh. Are you becoming a speedrunner? Those big golds are the really satisfying ones, for sure. I think the cart customization would be completely fine if you could save loadouts. So that you could be like, just give me my character and my cart and not have to think about it so much. But instead you have to, like, mentally save your cart loadouts, and that's just, it's just bad. So I think with loadouts, it could be fine. But I would still prefer everything before 3DS, where you can just, there's just a selection of carts, personally. I guess I should go. I don't want to go digging, man. I just don't. I feel like I'm lacking things to do today. I think there were two things I wanted to tell you, Theo, and I can only remember what one of them was. I don't know how well this is going to work, but we'll give it a shot. One was, I think I'm actually going to try to master the Japanese version of Spyro. I think since the game is just worse than the US version, I think they made the achievement set a lot more reasonable. And I think if you just 100% the game, I think that's all of the achievements. There's nothing crazy as far as achievements go. I was looking at them this morning, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I can do this. Well, this is underwhelming. This is gonna be the thing that sucks about cooking, for sure. This is just getting rid of the stuff. I mean, I guess I can just wait for Van and sell them that way, but... I mean, if... It's still Spyro. If it's all they knew, it was probably fine. And the downside is that the US version is so much smoother that a lot of it's harder because the controls are better, if that makes sense. Like, they made things more difficult to account for the fact that they made the game easier to play. There's a lot of stuff in the Japanese version that I'm like, oh, this was way easier than it was in the US version because of the fact that these controls are terrible. A big one is that the guys that have the eggs. Those guys. They are so easy to catch in the Japanese version. They're so slow. It's like the easiest thing in the world. And then in the US version, they're borderline impossible. You have to have, like, flawless execution. Like you're a world record Mario Kart player to be able to get those eggs. It's so difficult. I'll be curious to see how the, I've been skipping the flight stages, where you have to, like, fly through the rings and defeat all the enemies and stuff, because I don't have to do them. for the monthly achievement, I just have to rescue all the dragons. So I was like, I'll go back and do those later. And I'm curious to see how those are. I wonder if those are going to be slightly easier, too. You are not. I'm not going to sell you stuff. Come on. Okay. I would have been frustrated if she tried to buy things, to be honest. But yeah, like, ultimately, it's still Spyro. So I'm sure they were still, like, happy with it. Maybe just once they played Spyro 2, it was hard to go back. Which is funny, because I think as far as the US versions go, I think Spyro 1 is the best one. Like, 2 and 3 just add more shit that I don't necessarily like. They were just like, hey, do you want, like, a skateboarding minigame? No, I don't. Okay, have fun, Tony Hawk. Like... There's just a bunch of, like, annoying stuff that I'd rather not deal with. The first one is simple. It's elegant in its simplicity. Can sell stuff to Nami after marrying her. That wasn't my wife, Riley. That was my daughter. Either way, it's kind of weird that you could sell stuff to either of them. Take more. Everything must go. Oops. I think... I don't open the stall very often. I think I remember selling something to Molly after we were married, though. Or maybe we were just engaged at the time. I don't remember. That was many, many years ago, if you think about it. Oh, hey, my phone's charged. Let's go. Oh. Kind of fancy lock screen. I'll have to worry about all that customization after the stream then. Resist the urge to play with it now. Context for those that weren't here when I said it earlier, but I got a new phone today. So I set that up before the stream and then I was letting it charge. Yeah, you're only looking my ass. Take it. I guess, should I just be giving these salads to my family? There's an idea. They already love me, though, so... Really? Are you only looking? Oh, fuck. He's really only looking this time. Okay, I have to go, milk the cows, so... Thank you for your patronage. Fuck. Messed with my camera. Okay, that's... I don't have a lot of stuff to burn. Could I make fertilizer out of it? Cook meals just to make fertilizer? They're the same answer. Except one's very confident. Imagine it being that easy. Throwing a bunch of leaves into a bowl and she's like, oh, I'm so glad we're married. It's like, okay, that was easy. Very low effort. As someone who has made salads on occasion, it is a little bit more complicated than that, don't get me wrong, but it's still very funny that that was the reaction. At least if you want a good salad, it's a little bit more complicated than that. I guess I should change the music soon. But also, I really like this tune. But we do be, like, halfway through autumn already, so... Yeah, I think when I tried to give Molly a crystal at one point, the options were like, they're all for you, babe, and then there was another that was like, I'll give it to you for a price, which is either very romantic or very greedy, depending on how you look at it. Oh, I guess you bet it did is not offering it to her. That's me being like, yeah, it's good. It's a shame you can't have any. I guess that's how you're supposed to read that option. Uh-oh. What do you want? Oh yeah, Harvest Festival. I gotcha. Well, I have a bunch of S-rank turnips. I would love to take, like, a hybrid, but I'm probably not gonna have one. So we're probably just gonna huck a turnip in there. I don't remember what I put in last year. I just remember the outcome was the same. Like, they were still just like, how palatable. Maybe I should just take one of these wild mushrooms and huck it in. Or throw a melon in. Oh yeah, didn't I put like S-rank milk in it last year or something? I have a feeling the outcome doesn't change, though. Because I just had the idea of, what if I make, like, star rank cheese or something? And put that in. I think I have some some star rank milk, actually. I could just give them that. But I also feel like, if it's the same outcome, then who cares? Oh, and then tomorrow's shearing day. Gold egg. Dude, could you cool it? I'll leave it up to you, Riley. What do you think I should take and put in the harvest stew? Do you think it's worth putting in something better, or should I just give him a basic bitch turnip? I'll even give him one of the A-rank turnips, just... just basic bitch turnip. Yeah, I don't remember what I put in last year, but I just remember it feeling not worth it. Because it was still, like, the same reaction. Nobody seemed to care. I was kind of hoping if you put something really good in, then they would pop off and then be like, holy fuck. Like, honestly, the whole stew is terrible, but, like, this one vegetable that you brought, like, is so good that it makes up for it. Like, that's kind of the reaction I was looking for. And I did not get it. I don't know if I've ever had turnips. But I've had other root vegetables and like them, so I feel like I would probably like them. Like, aren't parsnips basically, like, real-world carrot-turnip hybrids? And parsnips are great. And carrots are great. Wow. She didn't give a shit about my meals. Proudly showed off my cooking, and she was just like, oh yeah, have you eaten at the restaurant? Like, wow, wow, okay. See how it is. You're in your not appreciating home-cooked food arc. You know, I went through one too. It's fine. I get it. Yeah, I don't know if I have any... I don't think there's a vegetable I can just eat raw. I mean, I guess carrots are the closest it gets, where I could just be like, nom. But most others, I'm like, you gotta put it in something. Red onions are fucking fantastic, for instance, but I'm not about to eat one whole like it's an apple. Like, it's not gonna happen. Peppers are really good, too. Okay, so we're just gonna give him one of the A-rank turnips. I was talking to my mom about this the other day. I can't remember if I've tried green beans, like, any time recently. For those that are younger, cough Riley, you'll find that your palate changes as you get older. Like, when I was in, like teenage years, early 20s, most vegetables I was like, okay, they're good for you, sure, but they taste like ass, so it's not... who cares? And then, as I got older and started trying them again, I was like, oh, some of these are, like, actually pretty good. Now, there's still some that are god-awful. Like mushrooms. That's not a vegetable, though, I guess. But, you know, you get me. Also, really did not like chickpeas when I tried them. Like, within the last couple of years. But there was a lot of stuff where, like, I used to hate onions. And now I'm kind of, like, completely okay with onions. Still don't like tomatoes very much. Spinach is pretty banging. In general, I was shocked. Like, this was like a success story from when I had when I was doing HelloFresh, which I've been thinking about picking back up. Trying a salad, and I was like, this is good. But then I also realized through trial and error of making my own salads that it's very dependent on like what you put in there, the moderation of all the ingredients. It's very easy to also have a pretty mediocre salad. Like, it definitely takes... And that's probably going to be different for everyone as well, to be fair. Do I have more tomatoes growing? I don't. But I have more tomatoes, so I can make more of the, I gotta buy more seeds. Ah, fuck. I can make more of the tomato melon salads. Which sounds awful. Don't get it twisted. No, they say that every year. I think maybe that's the joke. Oh no, what have I done? Yo. Okay. But can I just make everything now? Oh, I can make some of that with the strawberries. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh, I just used all the tomatoes though. If I would have known. Oh, well, we missed that. We can't turn that quest in anymore anyway, so... Alright, what was this? So we want to catch some fish to try and make this and see what the hell that is. Okay, cool. I have more plates of food than I know what to do with, but that's fine. I don't think there's going to be enough time to grow tomatoes at this point. So I think strawberries, turnips, maybe some more carrots. Not sweet potatoes at this point, because they're not going to have time to grow. We had, like, 5 fields ready, right? Uh-oh, what'd you put down the drain that you shouldn't have? Or leave sitting in the sink that you shouldn't have? I guess I don't have a lot of turnips growing right now, so let's take 2 packs of those. Not yet. Let's do, like, 2 more patches of carrots. And another patch of strawberries. Not tomatoes. I don't really care for either, but very different ends of the spectrum. I just tried to use the shoulder buttons to move the camera. Been playing too many PlayStation 1 games. Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna have to start cutting back on... I mean, we did get a bunch of fertilizer today, so... I'm gonna have to start cutting back on growing stuff, though, just to catch up on fertilizer. Honestly, I could probably just go buy 999 fertilizer. Like, I can probably afford that. I keep forgetting that you can buy it. Oh, I remember what I was going to ask you, Theo. I was going to ask if there are any other cool retro achievement events that I should be looking into. I found the roulette and was pretty immediately like, nah, I don't think this is for me. I'm really tempted to just put it in the... I mean, that's gonna be a lot of fertilizer. And I don't think selling them is gonna be worth it. And are you still working on Maui Mallard runs tonight now, or are you moving on to something else? Okay. This one, I think, still has plenty. This one's empty. So let's put, like, 150 in there. That one still has 350, so that one's okay. This one needs some, so we'll put the rest in here. Okay, water. Alright, milk time. Soonish. How about some brushies for everyone? I mean, it sounds like you already got it down to a pretty good time. Like, it sounds like you've already gotten it consistent, so now it's just a matter of getting it faster, right? You don't have to worry about, oh, sometimes the boss just completely screws me or anything like that. So that's already a really good first step. Ah, there. You fellows got any eggs for me? Oh, look at that, you had an egg. I got it without even having to pick you up first. Where are the ducks? You guys gotta drop some more fertilized eggs, is what you gotta do. God, shut up. You're so loud. We're trying to be cozy over here, and bah! 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 Yeah! Please never forget that, because I keep forgetting it. Yeah! Alright, hang on to your butts. It's shearing day. Hey, Lan. How's it going? Geef. Okay, first things first. Oh, baby. Look at all that fucking milk, dude. I stand by that this is pretty much the best power-up that's ever existed in a Harvest Moon game. And that's without having played most of them. Uh-oh, did we get you hooked on retro achievements too? I almost canceled this tonight and decided to do retro achievements instead. I was pretty close. What the? Oh god, I forgot that there was one in the barn. Oh no. I'm sorry, Jordan. I'm a monster. Yeah, it makes sense that your wool wouldn't be ready yet. Oh, you bitch. I deserve that, I guess. Well, I'm just gonna patiently wait, because you deserve the love. Are you doing any of the Retro Achievement events, or are you just kind of doing what I did when I first discovered it? Just bouncing around and playing a bunch of games that you haven't played in a while to see what achievements you can scoop up. Oh my god. Wake up. I understand that I wronged you, but come on. Wow. Well, it's like I said earlier, I don't think you were here for that, when I explained that I was looking at the roulette, but I was like, I think why I like the Challenge League, or whatever they call it, is just the amount of agency. Like, I don't really like, even the weekly and monthly achievements, sometimes I'm like, I don't want to play those games, though. So I like the Challenge League giving you more freedom over what you choose to play. That has made it, like, a lot more engaging. between that and it just lining up where I've been trying to stream more on Twitch anyway. And I did submit a request to be added to the Twitch channel. I don't think... maybe that's why she was asleep for so long. I don't know if they actually added me yet. Another girl. Okay, hold on. I'm name randomizing. Anemone? Is that a name? Isn't that like a deep sea creature? Imagine having a daughter and being like, I'm gonna name it after a piece of deep sea life. It's, nothing against anyone out there named Anemone, I guess. You know what? I saw this name in another game somewhere, and I thought it was an interesting one. So I'm seeing it now and thinking, you know what? Let's do it. Oh, should I have included a link? Yeah, I only included, like, the name. I'll go edit and add that really quick. Just because it's easy to do. I don't know if that might make it easier for them to, like, identify it or anything. I probably should have thought of that myself. Okay. Wool, golden egg, the butter can go ahead and go in. I'm gonna sell the rest of the melons. I'll keep the turnips. And the star milk just goes right in. Okay. Do they automatically ruin anything they're a part of or something? Yikes. She's got some fucking attitude on her. I'm gonna be, like... I'm gonna be curious to see how the next year pans out. Like, what's gonna change? How is she going to become an adult? You know what I mean? I would like to think that it's gonna end on, like, a high note, right? Like, I don't think the game is gonna take a turn where it's gonna be like, oh yeah, your daughter disowned you. and left forever, and you never spoke to her again. Sweet potato seeds are useless at this time of the year, man. Go fuck yourself. It's like, it's not even worth it. Some of the requests are so annoying. Like, that's easy to fulfill, but, like, why would you bother? You can't plant sweet potatoes at this time of the year. You're just gonna have to hang on to them until the next year. Can you catch bucket mouth bass in the river? I don't know if you can. I can't remember. Definitely in the ocean. I'm pretty sure. I think. Definitely pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure you can catch them here, too. Hopefully they get me added to that by tomorrow, anyway. Perfect. Perfect. Gavin. And he just gives me some free fertilizer junk, so okay with that. Have you even been playing this at all, Riley? Are you still back in, like, year 2 still? Just fell off? Okay. It's doing okay. It's doing okay. It's pretty low. We're gonna stick him in there. He's ready to... No, okay. You're still asleep? She's mad at me. Alright, do one of these to cycle. Get those two out here. Yeah, I don't think... God, I have so many animals now, holy shit. They don't really do rent in any of the Harvest Moons, I don't think. I think there's a couple where it's like, if you don't, like, prove yourself in 3 years, you have to go. But I don't know what proving yourself involves, to be honest. I think it's typically, like, pretty easy to do, though. Okay, I don't want to process all of our milk yet. It sucks that we don't really have any goals now, I'm realizing. I think my goal now is to fill up the barn and then have, like, a super absurd Pog sales day in, like, year 5, where we get, like, 8 golden fleece at once. I mean, this is gonna be a pretty good one. If and I had to guess. Okay, Star Milk can just go. One of the goats is giving A rank now all of a sudden. Love to see that. Brown milk goes into butter. And we now know that if it's star rank milk, it just becomes star rank butter. It doesn't become, like, super star rank butter or anything, which is unfortunate. That's a big pile of star rank butter, though. That's some good shit. Should we make cheese or milk with, or cheese or butter with the rest of this milk? I tend to default to cheese. I don't think it matters. I think they sell for the same amount. I actually don't remember now. Pretty sure they sell for the same amount though. Go with cheese. If someone wants butter, we'll do that next time. Did you answer about the other retro achievement events? Theo, I'm guessing that's probably all there is. Or those are the main ones. Maybe. That's everything. But I also, like, hit you with multiple questions at once. I have a bad habit of doing that. I'm tempted to sell these, because that's another 10k, but I still want to save those for some cooking. Yeah, I have a bad habit of being like, I want my chat to talk to me, so I'm going to ask them like 5 different questions at once, and then it's probably hard to keep up with. My brain goes like, what if they don't want to talk about that first thing? Well, just immediately give them another thing. Good girl. Oh, there's another one. Let's go. Give me my ducks. I know what you're thinking. You just pulled that out from under a chicken. That's not going to become a duck. Refer to previous episodes about how this game works. It could be a duck. Don't worry about it. What other events they have on retro achievements? And I guess specifically if there's, like, any others that you do that you think are worth looking into. These crops can't be done soon enough. I mean, I imagine a lot of the other ones are going to be like, play this specific game. There probably aren't a lot that are set up the way this this yearly one is, if I had to guess. Shut up. Hey, guy. I have a lot. Bah! I have a lot of animals. That's how it's going. I feel like it needs to be like that Twitter meme of like how it started, and it just shows like an empty field with like 3 squares of grass, and how it's going can be like a screenshot of this, but then it should have text all over the screen that just says bah! Yeah, I might keep an eye on the roulette in case anything pops up that I'm actually like, that sounds fun, but I think this week's I was like, yeah, I don't want to play any of those. So it was right away, like, eh. I finished my day quickly today. Let's, I think it's a fertilizer day, though. There should be more trick flowers, so let's go do that. Do 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 do. I'm gonna try and get you that one, best girl. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna try my damnedest. Boneless barbecue chicken strip. That sounds pretty good. I was watching a streamer that had the hot take that chicken fingers, chicken tenders are like a children's only food, and I was like, shut the fuck up. Sometimes you just want a lazy meal, you know, that doesn't take like work to eat. Not the biggest fan of barbecue sauce. I'd probably prefer like buffalo sauce or something, but still sounds pretty good either way. Hell, even no sauce, just crispy also sounds good. Well, now I'm hungry, so thanks for that. A little too early in the night for that to happen. I'm regularly thankful and angry that there's not like any place like nearby that I can just like go get food when I like wake up or after the stream. But then like I'd spend so much money if there was like a place that was open all night like around the corner, because I'd probably go every single day. I mean, I guess there's Uber Eats, but again, I feel like that's a very slippery slope for me. For most people, realistically. I know, apparently it's like kind of a Twitch meme that a lot of streamers will just like stop in the middle of the stream and be like, I'm gonna order Uber Eats, what should I get? And then they, like, that's just the thing for like an hour, that they order something, they get it, they eat it, like, on stream, and that's just like part of their content, and I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, on one hand, you guys remember I was all about a couple years ago that we need to normalize streamers eating on stream instead of starving themselves for 8 hours in the interest of it's unprofessional to eat on stream. So I'm glad that it's been normalized. I am. But I don't know if... I wouldn't watch a streamer just sit there and eat for 30 minutes, personally. Like, multitask in some way. Like, keep making content of some sort while you're doing it. I was actually looking at a, I don't know what you would call it. I mean, everyone's familiar with, like, the meal kits, right? Like, the weekly meal kits. But I was looking at one where, like, the food is already prepared. You just stick it in the microwave or the oven, and it's good to go. And I was like, that sounds really convenient, because usually when I finish a stream, the first and only thing I want to do is use the bathroom, and then just eat something immediately. Like, I don't want to have to cook or anything. I just want it to be, like, ready to go. And that usually materializes in the form of frozen foods or ordering a pizza. Which isn't the healthiest way of doing things. But that's just the way it's convenient. So it's kind of like, man, if, like, just ordering, like, getting, like, a weekly shipment of, like, here's your meals for the week, and then I can just shove them in the microwave and move on with my life. But it was so expensive. Like, so expensive. Like, that was enough for me to be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, I think it's one of those things where if I made that amount of money on streaming, then I would be able to easily be like, yeah, I'll do that. But I'm not making that kind of money yet. I think if I were to hit that point, that would be one of the first things I would do, is be like, I'm just gonna subscribe to one of those meal services, and then food is just taken care of. And probably healthier than frozen stuff, too. God, even doing fertilizer, that was extremely fast. I guess I should just keep planting crops, really. I still have field space. Like, I have time to kill. Oh, yeah, I could see that being a thing. If you don't have people you can trust to, like, okay, these are for you and these are for me. Like, that could be for, or just, these are mine because I paid for them. Like, I could see that being frustrating. For sure. I'm not personally in a situation like that, thankfully, but... I'm not gonna actually plant more stuff today, I don't think. Let me water first and see how much energy I have. But like I said, it's also just expensive. The one I was looking at was $80 a week. And I think that was only 2 meals a week? It might have been 3. Don't quote me on that. But I was like, that's kind of pricey. Considering HelloFresh was like $50 a week for 2 meals a week. And those were 2 meals that feed 2 people, or 1 person, multiple times. Now, maybe the portion sizes on the one I was looking at is, like, really good. I don't know. I was kind of tempted to try it and just see what it's like. Okay, so we can plant some stuff over here. We have 3 fields. And then we have... I like that you can preemptively water stuff. I don't know if that makes sense, but I like that you can do it. And then we have 2 fields over here, so we have 5 fields to fill. We're near the end of autumn. I think some carrots would go pretty hard. And maybe some more strawberries and some more turnips. Just a little bit of everything.
Hey!
Oh, she didn't give me the tutorial today. I think I already have a lot of strawberries and carrots going. I'm only going to get 1 each of these. I mean, at least if you were to get something... Well, okay, so it's a double-edged sword. I was going to say, at least if you were to get something like HelloFresh Guy, you have to actually cook. So that's going to deter them from just helping themselves, I would assume. the downside there is you have to actually cook, and that's, like, what you do for a living. So, I could understand why you would be like, no, I don't want to cook. Like, I just got out of work. That's the last thing I want to do. Which I think is fully fair. My brain short-circuited there for a second. But yeah, the ready-to-go one, I was like, this sounds great, it's just expensive. Maybe I should check to see if they have a free trial. Because I feel like portion size would really, like, change my mind on that. If the portion size is good enough that I can make, like, 2 meals out of it, then it's, like, a lot more worth it. I expect not, though. Alright, apologies to anyone who is also kind of hungry. I'll try to stop talking about food now. Until some of my crops are done and I start cooking again. In which case, it can't be avoided. No, I didn't catch the red Gyarados. I tend to skip... In Nuzlocke, I tend to skip things that you, like, have a guaranteed shot at. Because that kind of takes the fun out of the almost roguelike nature of it, right? The whole idea, like, the whole appeal of Nuzlocke to me is that you're potentially raising Pokemon that you've never tried to raise before. Maybe discovering some new favorites while you're at it. So if you pick up something that you always have, you're gonna get every single playthrough, that kind of undermines that element. Oh, I missed that goat earlier? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. So, like, that happened in Kanto 2, where I was like, well, I'm not going to take that free Eevee, because... I mean, I guess at least there you have choices of what it's evolving into. That's a little bit different. But, like, the Lapras is maybe a better example. I was like, nah, I'll pass on that. Dude, I'm fucking rich as hell. I guess my goal now is to get enough money to buy that teddy bear, I guess. So I can cook some of these now. So I need fish. Need a lot of fish. Maybe I should just go to sleep and remember that for tomorrow. Yeah, let's just do that. It's already getting pretty late. But no, my silver team is... Let's see if I can even remember. It's been like a week since I've played it. I should try and play that tonight, because I do need to get back into that. My team in blue was Blastoise, Sandshrew, or Sandslash rather, Victory Bell, Pidgeot, Raticate, and Golbat. That was like my final team at the end. My silver team is Quilava, Beedrill, Noctowl, Hypno, which is new because I lost Skiploom. So I replaced Skiploom with Hypno. The fuck are my other two Pokemon? Haunter. I have a Haunter. And Arbok. That's right. I have like 5 poison types. If I run into anyone with Earthquake, I'm super fucked. Needless to say, Quilava is probably going to completely sweep the Ice Gym, if I had to guess. So I'm not terribly worried about that. I might be a little bit more worried about Dragon, but I'll get there when I get there. I guess it's 4 poison types and 1 fire type, so it's still like... it's still bad news. But that's just them's the breaks. Nuzlocke, ladies and gentlemen. I still don't know how, like, what the average moveset is for Nuzlocke, or a rule set, rather, for Nuzlocks. I don't know if people will typically... The way I do it is the first 6 Pokemon I catch, that's my team. When I lose one of them, then I bring in the 7th Pokemon that I caught. When I lose another one, I bring in the 8th, etc., etc., etc. I use them in order. I don't know if that's a thing most people do, or if they freely reorganize their team depending on what they need at the time. I prefer the keep the ones that, like, keep them in the order that you caught them in. Because, again, it gets you trying new things. If you give yourself too much freedom, I think that deteriorates the challenge of it, because then you're just gonna use the same goddamn thing in every playthrough. Which I think is the point of Nuzlocke to begin with, is to get you to not do that. Not just load your team with Garchomp, Charizard, Lucario, Gengar, and just play the exact same playthrough every single time. And Gardevoir. I forgot Gardevoir. Okay, I can plant even more stuff. Hello, sassy girl. Now, what are you fucking scowling about? Okay, so we're just gonna catch a bunch of fish. Let's go up to the waterfall. It is worth pointing out, I also set the limit for myself of I can't use the same type starter twice in a row. And I'm using Cyndaquil for silver, so I can't use Torchic. But I haven't decided if I'm going to use Trico or Mudkip for Emerald. And on that note, if I want to use Turtwig or Piplup for Platinum once I get there. If anyone has any opinions on that, I'm open to being persuaded. I've also made a clause for, like, I don't have to use the same Pokemon in general 2 playthroughs in a row, so I was able to, like, skip getting a Pidgey in Silver since I already used one in Blue, for instance. But that's just gonna be, like, back-to-back playthroughs. I don't think Pidgeys are in 3rd gen, but if I did see one, then I could pick one up there. Because I think it'll be still interesting to see how their movesets, learn sets, rather, evolve over time. But I thought using them back-to-back, in back-to-back games, wouldn't have been quite so interesting. I need a lot of fish, right? It's gonna be hard to keep track of how many I'm catching here, but I need a lot, I think. So 1 fish, 1 turnip, 1 sweet potato per dish. I guess, do I even need to do this now? Can your cooking level up an additional time? Or is it... do I just have access to everything now? Maybe doing all this cooking is unnecessary anyway. I just thought of that. I do want to see what that question mark dish is. But beyond that, I don't think I have a reason to keep cooking. Unless I try to do this and they're like, oh, your cooking skill isn't high enough yet. And then I do have a reason to keep doing it. Let's do that first. Because then we'll be able to sell everything to him. God, she's in such a bad mood. I feel bad because it feels like there isn't anything I can do to help. I feel like they were kind of like, yep, that's just the, oh, I'm not skilled enough yet, never mind. Okay, so I do want to make a bunch of fish stew. Go ahead and make 2 of those. Shoutouts to this game for inspiring me to make fish stew in real life, by the way. You guys might remember me mentioning, like, a couple of streams ago, I had the realization where I was like, oh, I have a bunch of fish in the freezer. I should try to make a fish soup. And that was because of this game making me go, like, oh, yeah. That's a thing. Crockpot cooking kicks ass, by the way. I love it. Okay, so I do have a reason to just catch a bunch of fish. So I guess when I leveled up my skill, I guess you can level it up 3 times, is what I'm reading there. So I'm gonna have to level it up again to even make the dessert. Okay, noted. Still nothing, huh? I kind of want to buy this. Is that only going to be the main room? It's kind of dumb. Also kind of want to buy that. I'll have my chance. Yeah, like, it's not even worth selling, dude. cooking feels very not worthwhile in this game. I think this game's great. Don't get it twisted. I do think there's a couple of economy problems. Some things are way too valuable and other things are not valuable at all. It's been great making as much money as I have been off of wool. And milk wound up being worth it too. Early on, milk was kind of not worthwhile, but the processing shed made that work. But eggs are still not worth anything at all. Fishing doesn't feel worthwhile because it doesn't sell for anything. Cooking doesn't feel worthwhile because it doesn't sell for anything. And I don't think you don't get hungry frequently enough to feel like you even have to cook for yourself. When you can just go to the cafe. It'd be different if the foods gave you like a buff or something, but I don't think they do. So there's a little bit of like late 90s, early 2000 game design where there's like a little bit of a balance issue. The sort of thing that in a game these days they probably would have either balanced better to begin with or they would have patched it after the fact because they would have realized it was kind of broken. But there's just a couple of things that are like, you can just safely ignore those because they're just not worth your time. Yeah, over the holidays, that was a welcome back, Looney, by the way. Like I started getting into cooking a lot when I decided to start doing HelloFresh, but I stopped doing that eventually just to save some money. And I just wasn't really cooking there for a while, but then over the holidays, I kind of saw the light of crockpot / slow cooker cooking. And saw success with several recipes. It's really nice from streaming because, I mean, if I haven't actually put this to test yet, but in theory it sounds awesome. I don't wake up early enough to do this, but if I woke up with enough time before a stream, I could just huck all the stuff into the crockpot before I start streaming. Most of the recipes are like cooked for 6 hours, and then it's just done by the time I'm done streaming. I guess what I should start doing is prepping everything like the night before, and then just like sealing it and putting it in the fridge. And then when I wake up, toss everything into the pot, start it, and then stream. Because I'm very slow when it comes to prep. If I worked for Guy, he would probably fire me because I'm extremely slow at that shit. Very slow and methodical. I mean, the other day I was helping my mom with a stew that she wanted to make, and because she hates doing prep, and I was like, I'll come do the prep for you, as long as you carve up the meat, because I don't feel like doing that. And I think it took like 2 hours for me to get all that prep work done, and it wasn't that much. I'm just very slow. It's another reason why I dropped HelloFresh. It was both to save money and to save time, because it's just between the prep, the cooking, the eating, and the cleanup. It was just a huge chunk of time every not every day, but every day I chose to cook. But there's no denying that I was eating better and healthier. Oh, I gotta get home and do all the things. Another nice thing with the crockpot stuff is it's like, it makes like, I don't know, 6 to 8 helpings. So there's like a lot of food too, which is also very nice. I don't have any water. Got it. You guys got any eggs for me? Oh. I feel like ducks have a better chance of dropping golden eggs. I might be full of shit on that, though. Oh, no, I didn't mean to eat it. I pushed the wrong button. I'm bad. I guess we didn't need one to put in right now anyway, but... Fish. Big fish. Well, you still have to do a lot of prep for crockpots. It's more that the cooking is all taken care of. I guess it depends on what you make. That's true. Shipping it out to Alaska might not be great. I feel like there might be a chance that they don't even ship to Alaska. I didn't even think about that. But like I said earlier, as far as trusting your family goes, like, to a point, if they want to cook, more power to them, right? I feel like that's gonna deter them from helping themselves if they have to cook. But again, I'm sure that once you get out of work, the last thing you want to do is cook. Stop mismenuing, idiot. You think they would help themselves even if it meant that they had to do all the prep and cook, too? I figured they would be too lazy to do all the cooking. They would see having to cook and be like, oh, hell no, never mind. Oh, you meant you wouldn't be surprised if HelloFresh didn't ship to Alaska. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. In fact, it seems very likely that they don't. I don't think you'd eat that even if you were starving. What? What's wrong with it? Guess it's just a meal that she doesn't care for. Guess she just doesn't like fish. Or sweet potatoes. I don't really care for sweet potatoes myself, so that's completely fair. I do like fish, though. But I also acknowledge that fish seems to be a very divisive thing. I don't think I've ever talked to anyone who's, like, completely neutral on fish. People either like it or they hate it. Anyone want to correct me being wrong on that one? Like, is anyone out there just neutral on fish? Oh, she's into it. Do you want it? Can I not give it to her? She looks into it, but I can't give it to her for some reason. Yeah, I don't know if you'd have to worry about them helping themselves. Unless there was, like, an ingredient that was, like, fine on its own and they didn't have to prepare. They might just take it. I guess that could be a problem. Whoops. Fat thumbin'. Alright, well, I didn't level up cooking, so I want to keep those still. And go fish more tomorrow. Smoked salmon on a bagel? Interesting. Yeah, it's funny. I just mentioned that this game inspiring me to look up fish stew recipes. And it was more of a fish chowder, but you know, still, I thought it was pretty good. My mom tried it and she didn't really like it. It didn't seem like it anyway. But I think she was also like sick that week, so maybe it just wrong place, wrong time. But I think she usually likes fish, so I don't think it's that it's a, oh, she's just not a fish person. But I've definitely talked to people who are like, ew, fish, pass. Could you not? Smoked salmon and cream cheese on a bagel? No, it doesn't sound too insane. I think it's just the bagel part that threw me. The cream cheese part actually doesn't throw me. But at the end of the day, a bagel is... bread is bread, right? So it's... What's so weird about it? I promised we would stop talking about food, and here we are. It is about break time. I guess maybe I should go get a snack here shortly. Doop, boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Ooh. Oh, it's fucking star milk, baby. Some good shit. Alright, I guess we're just gonna go catch more fish. We basically need 33 fish. Or until I level up my skill, which I have no idea how long that's gonna take. Let's do ocean fish today, just for funsies. Oh, today's a fertilizer day too, isn't it? Yeah, let's go grab these really quick. Hey, Volpe. We're talking about a lot of food. That's pretty much it. For better or worse, because I'm very hungry. And I don't think I really have anything, like, exciting. I'm probably just gonna make frozen burritos after the stream. I think my roommate went and got stuff for a salad and then didn't make it themselves, so I'm probably gonna have to. I might have to do that before it goes bad. I've learned pretty quickly. Like I kind of dislike when they like it's good that they just get stuff for salads because it encourages me to make and eat a salad. But on the other hand, you kind of have to make it like immediately because that stuff doesn't stay good very long. So I kind of find that frustrating when they just do it without an invitation, because then I'm like, well, fuck, I wasn't planning on making a salad, but I guess now I have to. Because if I don't, it's just gonna go bad. Alright, there's none up here. So I might have to do that after the stream tonight. I think there's some beef and bean in there, and there's also some breakfast burritos in there. Which will probably be what I eat, because they're very good. I like them a lot. You wanna... Can I just not give her gifts? This seems weird. You don't understand. Go away. Also, I just noticed there's a mushroom back here. Never noticed that before. Hell, I'm tempted to make some burritos while I'm on break. Since I don't have the camera up for these streams, I could probably just eat them and not have to worry about stuffing my face on stream, as long as I don't talk with my mouth full. You wouldn't know the difference otherwise. I think I might do that. Because I'm very hungry now. And I think that would encourage me to, like, hear me out. I think this would encourage me to throw that salad together after the stream. Because if I get to the end of the stream, I'm going to just want something to eat. Like, I already said this. I'm not going to want to make something. I'm going to want to just eat. So I'm going to talk myself out of making the salad anyway and just make burritos, because I'm just going to want something fast. But if I'm not famished at the end of the stream, I think I might do that. We'll finish this day. Yeah, that happened around here, and then they started carrying them again. But there was a period, like, I think during COVID, where it started getting hard to find some of that stuff. Now I just have to decide if I want the beef and bean or if I want the breakfast ones. Decisions. And I could use taking a note from what Lan just said about taking a break from playing games. I could probably use a break from playing games. I've been pretty much gaming, like, non-stop over the past couple nights. Are you giving me sass, Wolpe? Yes, what of it? They stopped carrying them because they were out of stock? That doesn't make any sense. What? We stopped carrying them because they sold too quickly? That doesn't make any sense. I don't run a business, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't make sense. That's like supply and demand, isn't it? Oh, fuck, it's snowing. I mean, yay, but also I have to go home and put the animals away. I don't have sushi very often. I've tried a couple different types, and they've ranged from incredibly good and kind of gross. So it's not something I jump to get very often. You don't have to talk about food. You're not very good at small talk, are you? Which isn't that bad of a thing. Small talk sucks. So... Shit, I meant to turn around and go home by now. Oh well, it's fine. Why are you calling? Well, I guess that's a good opportunity. I was about to take a break anyway, so I'm gonna see what this is about. Sorry for the suddenness. I will be back as soon as I can be. Okay, sorry about that. Where was we? It's going home. I have to put the animals away after I grab milk. Come on, man. You gotta work with me here. Thank you. Alright, everybody in. Everybody in. Check and see if we have any eggs lying around. Yes. Hold up. So Volpe, you said you lost a bunch of progress because of not being able to save. I'm guessing you were getting pulled away and they couldn't wait. That's when you need to tell people, hey, listen, you're an adult, I'm an adult, you're gonna have to give me like 5 minutes to get to a save point. Surround yourself with people that understand what save points are, and that when you say, I can't pause this, that they understand what that means. Which, to be fair, sometimes even gamers don't know what that means. I remember, like, years and years and years ago, when I lived with, like, multiple people, including my parents, my mom doesn't play video games, but whenever she was like, hey, can you help me with this thing? I would be like, well, I can't pause, so you're gonna have to give me, like, 15 minutes? And she'd be like, okay. And then other people that I lived with that did play video games, when they were like, hey, can you help me with this thing? I'd be like, I can't pause this, you're gonna have to give me a minute. They'd be like, well, hurry up. Like, what? Shut up. If it's so much of a hurry, you can probably do it yourself by the time I'm done. I'm not bitter. What are you talking about? I don't know what gives you that idea? Was it an emergency? Because you're giving mixed signals there. Yeah, because you said it was an emergency, but then you turned around and said, that didn't happen, though. But what if it did? Don't hypothetical me. I should probably be using the turnips because those probably aren't going to sell for as much. Minor optimization. Also, Volpe, you're playing it on Xbox, aren't you? You know quick resume is a thing, right? I was about to say, in this day and age, you could just suspend and come back later, but then I was like, I actually don't know if the PlayStation has anything like that. But you weren't playing it on PlayStation anyway, you're playing it on the fucking Xbox, which has that. You just turned it off. I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, that's your fault then. Here you had me blaming the other people that pulled you away when that was your fault. Although even if you immediately turned the Xbox off, it saves quick resume. Even through power cycles, I'm pretty sure. That shit saves quick resume for like everything. It has quick resume for games that I haven't played in like 3 months. Like, I'm pretty sure it does. Unless the owner of the Xbox has quick resume turned off, which I can't imagine why they would do that. It is an X and an S, isn't it? It is one of those, isn't it? It's not an Xbox One, is it? Because I don't... Persona 3 didn't come out for that. It has to be a Series X and S. People still aren't releasing stuff for the last generation. Unless it's Sony, because apparently the PlayStation 5 is just an extreme, massive failure. It is an Xbox One? Weren't you playing Lies of P? Did that come out on Xbox One too? That doesn't sound right. That was also on Xbox One? What the fuck are people doing? Not every game. In fact, I'm surprised that people are still doing it. Unless it's PS5, and then I kind of understand. Needlessly mean? Maybe. But I'm not about to hold back when Sony themselves are basically admitting that the platform is dead. Oh, so it does have quick resume. So never mind. I'm still mad. It was still your fault. I was like, oh, okay, I didn't realize it was an Xbox One. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you didn't have quick resume. But apparently you do, so... Unless the game doesn't support it, which is possible. But that would be strange. I mean, it just works. It's the same as the Switch, really. If you exit out to the home menu, it just holds that data there. Yeah, only one game, but I mean, the Switch is one game at a time too, so you're already used to that. I'm pretty sure. What happens when you? What happens when you do this and then you hold this and you go into sleep mode? It's still there, right? Pretty sure that's how quick resume works too. If it doesn't, then I don't understand what the fuck the point of quick resume on Xbox One even would be. Because what else would it be saving? I don't think turning the power off is hurting it. Sounds like there's something else at play there. You keep saying because you turned the power off like that's the answer for what went wrong. I don't think that's the answer for what went wrong. I think the answer for what went wrong is that the Xbox owner has quick resume turned off for some reason. Or you closed the game before you shut the system off and you didn't actually let it suspend. Is it still snowing? It is still snowing. Fuck, I hate it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Get the fuck out of my way, please. Regardless, my point is just that the situation could have been avoided by someone. Would you move your fucking ass, please? I hate that horse. Put it in the fucking... Thank you. God, I hate the barn so much. You guys are not getting brushed today, because I don't fucking want to. This place sucks. Let's go. Well, there's something wrong with the console then, because that shouldn't be a thing that you have to deal with anymore these days. Yeah, Sony fans are a different breed. I think we've talked about that before. I'm almost happy for them, because I wish I could just live in my own little world. You spilled something on it. You need to stop spilling shit, man. I almost hope you're joking. There was a cat in the way. Volpe, do you know what I have? I have a cat. There are ways around these things. You need to stop being so careless. I think I'm actually to a point where I'm angry at the fact that you're so careless with technology. I completely lost my train of thought. Okay, so it's autumn, just about to be winter. The only new thing we get in winter is potatoes. Doesn't have anything to do with being a tech genius. It has to do with deliberately setting things up so that things go wrong. Since I've known you, you've spilled things on electronics like 9 times. That's an unusual amount of times. I don't even know how many fields I have available. I know I have a lot. I think I want to drop some more carrots before it's too late. Is it already too late for that? Carrots take a while to grow. Is a month not enough time for that? Let's not risk it. Whoops. What am I doing? I think there's something... There's probably something else already taking the quick resume or something. Isn't that how it worked on Xbox One? You can have up to like 5 titles on the series, so it's not something I've had to worry about. No, but if something else was already suspended, it can't suspend something else. But I don't know if that's how it works. Maybe it is just the last thing you played. Regardless, it's just... the situation could have been avoided. Either through use of that or telling whoever was rushing you to wait 3 goddamn minutes until you could get to a save point. Or just leave the console on. How long were you pulled away for? Unless you were pulled away for like 10 hours, then I could understand. Oh, tomorrow's Sheeran Day too. Let's go. Okay, is there anything growing for fertilizer? Because if I remember right, fertilizer's hard to come by in winter. Sony says they're slowing down development here. You're waiting for the generation to actually start. Yeah. Yeah, the one that Eno showed me was in response to what do they say? It's in the later half of its, or the later part of its lifespan or something. And someone responded with a still image from the Linkin Park In the End music video, which tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter. And it's like, yeah, it's Sony fans were like fighting the hardest war, and it just didn't matter. The console is like in the later part of its lifespan, and it has 2 games. Like, that's, what does it all mean, man? Wait, it was just so you could get up and take a shower? Just leave the console on next time, man. You're telling me that couldn't have waited until you hit a save point? Or you couldn't just leave the console on for 15 minutes? Okay, now... Ooh, straws. It's also a question of how much data did you lose. Because if it was several hours of gameplay, then that's very... Well, why didn't you save before that? You had many opportunities. If it was like 15 minutes, it's like, okay, that's not even a lot. It doesn't matter. But that still could have been avoided. That's what I'm trying to teach you right now. Eggs, please. Okay, so I have 2 more fields. I should probably slow down because of fertilizer. Like, for sure. Because I am pretty sure I remember fertilizer being harder to come by in winter. Once again, I could just buy it if I would stop being stubborn, but... Showers aren't emergencies. As someone who can't start their day without having a shower, like... I'm pretty sure you could have waited 3 minutes. Or just left the console on. Yeah, I think there's, like... I think we talked about this, like, last week. Because I keep saying, like, what would sell me on getting a PlayStation console again would be if they made a bunch of smaller games, like a new Medieval and a new Ape Escape or something. Like, even if I wouldn't necessarily want the games, I think just basically doing what Nintendo does and releasing a bunch of smaller games so that they actually have, like, 5 releases a year instead of 1 every 18 months. Like, that would go a long ways for me. I think the only reasons... Like, I still want to play Returnal. And it is on PC now, but I don't like... I don't like, streaming stuff off PC sucks ass. Even if I do get a new computer this year, like, it still sucks ass. Oh, the snow stopped. I would probably... I don't necessarily want a PlayStation 5 to play Final Fantasy 16, but if I had one, that would be a game that I'd be interested in playing. Does that make sense? Otherwise, episode 2 of Final Fantasy VII Remake is probably, like, the only thing that I'm like, I kind of want to get a PS5 just to play that. And that's not even a first-party game, so it's kind of sad, honestly. Volpe, you keep coming up with, like, the worst excuses for why you lost save data. You can play games however you want. Okay, play the game stupidly. Like, that's... Why would you... That makes it sound like you willingly didn't save your game, but why would you do that? Feels like you're just trying really hard to avoid being like, oh, I could... Shut up! I'm talking! Jesus Christ, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Sounds like you're trying really hard to avoid saying, like, oh yeah, I messed up, and I'll remember to not do that next time. Instead, you're just like, oh no, I meant to do it. I meant to not save. That was intentional. That's the way I play video games. Don't judge me. It's like, what? What are you talking about? You're talking nonsense. And really, it's a phrasing thing. I feel like if you said, oh, I goofed and didn't save the game and lost some progress, I would have just been like, oh, that sucks. Happens to everyone. But it feels like you felt the need to, like, come up with an excuse for why it happened. Which just raised issues with, why didn't you do a thing to prevent that thing from happening? You said it was an emergency, and now you're saying, like, oh, I had to take a shower. It's not an emergency. That could have waited 3 minutes until you found a save point. Most importantly, it is shearing day. Hold on to your butts, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, maybe it's an emergency if you, like, spilled feces on yourself or something, and you had to clean it up immediately, then okay. Otherwise, no, you wanted to take a shower and you chose not to save the game. Is what I'm taking away from that. And if you did spill feces all over yourself, please don't share information about how that happened. I'm still eating my burritos, for crying out loud. Shut up. Oh my god, so much wool, dude. I don't think it's all gold, though. which is sad, but that's okay. Make sure we should be expecting one more sheep pregnancy at some point. Just don't know when. I'm just gonna stop reading the excuses at this point, Fulfe, because I'm more agitated than I admittedly should be about it. And I think you dropping more excuses is just going to make me more agitated. Like, just admit that you didn't feel like saving the game. You just didn't. Like I said, if you just led with, I just forgot to save the game, it would have just been a, oh, that sucks. That happens to everyone. Okay, so I still need more fish, because I still have to level up my... I don't think I can cook desserts. But on one hand, keep talking, because we got another 100 messages after midnight, so let's fucking go. That's exciting. Who the fuck are Pete and Claire? What is happening? Wow, she's smiling. What a world. So she likes flowers? I actually didn't see that coming for some reason. She did not seem like a flower enjoyer. Also, there aren't any flowers here. So you all lied to me. I was definitely going to pick some and take them home for her. Getting midstream burritos was an extremely good idea, by the way. I have zero regrets. Except for maybe I should have made the breakfast ones, but it's fine. Any root crop for some star milk. Okay. Odin? Oh, it's a dish. Okay. I'm gonna say, what the hell is that? I hope my daughter likes these, because there's plenty of them. Although we also need fertilizer. It's going to be a little tragic giving her one and then let her watch as I throw the other 18 into the fertilizer bin. Has anyone heard of Odin? What is Odin? What can I expect that to require? Okay. She seems extremely wise for a teenager. That's right, I said. I know what I said. I'm not taking it back. Oh, never mind. I can make this. Let's go. Let's take best girl some jam. Some blue jam. I'm gonna assume this is... yeah. Okay, I can make it easily. Except that I suck at cooking, so I can't. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I have to catch more fish. I feel like I should plant some more stuff here, but I keep saying I need to dial it back on fertilizer. So maybe I should also just do that. I mean, I guess let's go ahead and get our potatoes for the season. Oh, we have a bunch of shit in our inventory. I almost forgot. Oh my god, that would have been tragic. Oh, hold on. Let's go give this to best girl first before I forget about that. And we'll still buy some potato seeds. Probably 18. TY. Just a little one-handed navigation hanging there. Okay, I have one regret, and that's... oh no, it's snowing. That's not the regret. Oh. See a piece of gold sitting right there? Oh, I think it's just a coin. Never mind. There's another piece of gold up there. No, I'm not going to take the bait. Because then we've got a slippery slope. I'll wait until spring, and then I'll start doing digging again, because then there's going to be a new tablet to get. For what that's worth. I don't think any of those have actually mattered. I can go turn in the root crop really quick, too. The game weather or the real life weather? It's fucking cold in both cases. There's supposed to be a big snowstorm that completely missed us, which is both good and sad because more snow. This has been a very snowless winter, and I'm not a big fan of it. Yeah, just take a turnip. TY. And it's pretty. I wish I could actually see like the area like coated in snow. Fuck, it's spelled with an E, isn't it? Spelled like that? How do you spell barbecue? When did this come up recently that I was like, oh, barbecue isn't spelled the way I thought it was? That is right. Doesn't look right, but that is right. It's funny because we're gonna eat him. There should be another one in just like in like under a minute. I don't think so, but maybe. There it is. Duck? God damn, fucking. What other types of chicken are there? just buffalo chicken, I guess. I need ducks, damn it. Where the fuck am I? I feel like when they pull you when they pull you over here for those cutscenes, they don't like put you back where you were afterwards. It's very strange. Okay, you guys gotta go in. They should make a more like tongue-in-cheek farming sim game where you can have buffalo on your farm and you get buffalo wings from them. Like just do a bunch of stuff like that where you get products that you would not expect to get. That'd be very fun. We don't have spots over here, okay. So I guess we'll want to put the potatoes over here. Oh, that's full too. Fuck. Fine. Barret. Barret. Alright, we want to plant everything except for the water blue seeds. Everything else is getting planted. Some sweet turns. Some sweet turns. Some carrot turns. And some more carrot turns. Got 12 blue potatoes. Now the piece de la resistance. Criochery. Nucleonuts. And now, just like that, after I said we are going to cut back on fertilizer use, we are more packed full of crops than ever before. B, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I don't know, on Restream I only see V. Why? What do you see? No, yeah, on YouTube I only see V too. He's just a letter of the alphabet, it's fine. I'm gonna need the fertilizer, so I think I'm gonna toss the rest of fish stew in here. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I don't want to put all of it here, but we're gonna put like 100 of it in here. And put the rest in here. We're not going to worry about this one, because this is, like, not really growing anything fancy anyway. Only up. I goofed putting this one back here, because now I have to water it individually. Oh well. Okay. I still need fish. Oh, it's late. Okay, let's get in here and get some milk. We still have to process all of our milk. Cuddle 4, let's go. Jump, jump please, thank you. I should have grabbed a drink while I was up on break. I didn't think of it. And now that I have eaten burritos, I feel like I need it. Oh, they lay eggs every day. The game says. The lying game says. Okay, let's see here. The brown milk goes in the butter. And this can just go into anything, I guess. I wonder if I should just sell the star rank milk like it is. Star milk. Star milk. That just does get sold as it is. Marble goes into cheese. And the rest becomes cheese, because cheese is good. Where is all this stuff being sold? I feel like other games imply that it's like the local supermarket that's picking this stuff up and selling it to the villagers. But we don't have a local supermarket. So we're selling them to the next town over, I would assume, which is a little bit less immediately engaging. But then I never thought of it until now, and we're like 45 hours into the game, so... Probably more than that. Yeah, about that. Sounds about right, actually. No, there's definitely a town across the mountains. Let's go. Alright. I think I talked about getting rid of blue crops and not making seeds for those anymore. I hate carrying around all these seeds. I'm glad that I finally only have one pack of them. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those. I can get rid of the strawberries and get rid of the golden eggs. Other stuff we're going to keep for cooking. For now. Yeah, I've done the go through the mountains a couple times. That's what you do when you, like, just want to burn some hours. And look at that, staying up paid off because now the snow stopped and I can let everyone out again. I would have loved to go get more fish, but it seems like that's just not in the cards. It's too late. Eggs? 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 No eggs? Okay. They lay eggs every day, the game says. Maybe there's something I should be doing to care for them better that I just didn't know? Is that what's going wrong? I try to pick them up and snuggle them every day, except for the chicken, because I don't care. Like, we currently have 3 birds that are capable of laying eggs. We should be getting 3 eggs every day. We are not. Thank you. Oh, no, I did the leg crossing thing again. I have many regrets. Ah, turnips are done. Glad I checked that, because a bad habit of missing that. Dude, there's so many turnips, holy fuck. Hope the people in this town like turnips. Okay, we want to go fishing. I'm gonna skimp on brushing today because I'll do it at the end of the day before I milk again. I'm gonna go grab a drink really quick because I am extremely thirsty. Would you stop buying at me? I hear you. I'm coming. Oh, God, my leg hurts so much. I should not have done the coil it up under me and sit on it thing. I'm just too fucking old for that shit. Okay, fish. Let us fish. Wait. The sheep saw the Treasure Planet channel meme and decided, no, I want to be the meme. I'm the meme. I'm sorry, you're just not Joseph Gordon-Levitt. It's not the same. Oops. If you keep them out in the pasture, you don't have to feed them. They feed themselves. Same with all of them. Which is why I wound up committing to just keeping them... Well, it's one of the reasons why I wound up committing to keeping them outside, because originally I liked the more methodical nature of feeding them individually in the barn, but the more crowded it got, the more frustrating that got, and keeping them outside also boosts their happiness faster, so... Why is that message blank? Are you cheating? But what if cruel? You're gonna have to elaborate, my friend. What if you were cruel to them? What if huh? PC load letter? What the fuck does that mean? What if you're cruel to the sheep? I think it just takes... I don't think animals can die in this game. I don't think they can even get sick. So I think all that would do is it would make their wool take way longer to grow, and you're never going to get gold wool. Like, you're just going to get basic bitch wool. And it probably just takes longer to grow. But yeah, I remember I had that thing really early on where the sheep got pregnant and I thought it was sick, but I was like, there's no medicine, so how do I care for it? And eventually just realized, oh, they just can't get sick in this game, which must mean they also can't die. For better or worse. I mean, if you play Harvest Moon 64, you can let them die. Which you should, because it's good. It was good and fun. You could probably play Friends of Mineral Town, too. That's on Game Pass. And I would assume that's also on Xbox One. It would be weird if it wasn't. I'm bad. Dude, I've a habit, and some of you may have noticed this, when I do have the camera on. I have a habit of reaching over and tapping my phone on for no particular reason. I don't know what I'm looking for. But I'll just reach over and just tap it. I don't know if I'm looking for the time or what. And now that I have a new phone, it's a new lock screen, and it's very flashy, and I kind of want to see what other lock screens they have, and I'm really resisting the urge to grab it and fiddle with it while streaming, which I really should not do. But I'm extremely tempted. Because shiny. I'm the worst. Excuse. Ooh. Ooh, this is risky. He has a name. I don't remember what it is, and I don't particularly care to find out. Ooh, beakfish? So I said this was risky. It's a little cold in here. I kind of want to grab my blanket and get extra cozy, but then I'm probably going to start getting tired. Why does it keep resetting my camera? Who's doing that? I don't appreciate it. Oh yeah, I said I would brush first. I forgot. Oh my god, stop. Oh yeah, I guess I should plant more stuff there. I already have so much stuff growing, though. I think I'm gonna not do that. Alright, I'm going to... Perhaps foolishly, I'm not gonna water that stuff. I'm gonna water it in the morning. Oh, let's go. Oh, you were sleeping. I'm sorry. Thank you for the egg, though. I just really wanted to thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Yeah, I think getting that cozy is just gonna make me get dozy, is the thing. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so I can make... I just can't make entrees yet. That's the only dessert I have. Alright, so we want to keep making soups, I would assume. Posy? I don't know what that means. Posy? It's a type of flower. Come on, level up. Do it. Do it. Rosie. That's another one. Spelled differently, though, if that matters. Nosy. Mosey. There's a lot of Ozies. What is this bit we're on right now? Come on, level up. Do it. I wonder if Van will finally have the fishing rod upgrade since I've been doing a lot more fishing. Man can hope. Maybe I should have made more of the jam. Maybe that would have been worth more experience. I figured since it wasn't a very complicated dish that it wouldn't be, but maybe what do I know? Okay, that's all I got for now. Why is my star cow still only giving bronze milk? What the fuck? Who do you think you is? And imagine it's already worth as much as it is just as bronze milk. Imagine what it's going to be like at higher qualities. And if you're thinking, why, that sounds pretty pog? Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Oh my god. Never. I forgot I had another chicken I have to sell. I forgot. Okay. Water. Those little green things, like, man, it's so hard to keep fertilizer going in winter. There's just, like, nothing growing to use. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ditch, like, most of the hybrids, and the future's gonna be in the super hybrids. I mean, like, is there any better example than the horse? If animals could die in this game, I'm pretty sure the horse would have, because I'm not paying any attention to that thing. I got you guys already, if I had to guess. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to not grow new stuff here just yet, because we just have so much stuff here, and I think most of any fertilizer we get is gonna have to go into that. So I'm gonna go ahead and dump some more into it right now. Okay, let's Do a fertilizer pass. Hopefully. Are there flowers down there? There are flowers down there. Let's go. Let's go. I guess I should try to fish here today because turtle blessing. I don't think there's really anything else to go get anyway, so I might as well just start fishing. Until Van gets here, and then we're going to go see if he has a fishing rod upgrade. So what does turtle blessing even mean? I feel like that's not going to even really matter. Just bigger fish, probably, but if I'm cooking it all, it doesn't matter. Just like the last several years of PlayStation 5's lifespan hasn't mattered. Heyo! To be fair, they do have... The only good games in the last 10 years are on the PlayStation 5, so... There we go. I got the Sony fans back on my side. It's fine. It's fine. Is fishing better or worse than digging? From an entertainment perspective. Or is it 6 to 1, half dozen to another? Looking at games, there aren't that many PS5 games. You shut your mouth. Keep the PS5 out your fucking mouth. But yes, you're correct. And a lot of the ones they do have are, like, I'm just not interested in them. Which is, like, a me problem, not a them problem, to be fair. How many fucking fish do you have to catch to get to buy the fishing rod upgrade? What the fuck? Like, you have to fish your ass off, and there's, like, no reason to do so. I mean, it's probably not going to go on PC soon, judging by Remake. That took forever to go to PC, and is it still an Epic Store exclusive? Which I don't necessarily have a problem with, but I know a lot of people do. But is it still only on that platform? So Rebirth might be too. I think for me, and like I said this like last week, and this stays true. And it makes it sound like I'm trying to be like, oh, woe is me. And I'm not trying to be, oh, woe is me. I'm just being realistic. If streaming was making like a large amount of money, I think I could justify buying a PS5 because there's like there's not a lot of games that I'm interested in playing, but there's a couple. But it's too much money for me at the state I'm in to only play like probably 3 games on it. Because we talked about how much are they? $400? That's too much. Especially when I might have to think about getting a new computer this year. You have to keep in mind, the only reason I bought in on the Xbox is because a great sale came up and it was like $200, and I was like, yeah, I can justify that. That's not that much. And I knew that Game Pass would be a great value. So I have zero regrets there. If I could get a PS5 for 200, I'd probably go for that as well. Maybe Black Friday later this year. Maybe they'll drop that low. We'll see. Maybe I'll be a late adopter, just like with the PS4. I think I'd prefer that they release the PS6 and actually make it something that looks worth getting. And then I'll just jump in then. But do I have hopes that they're going to do that? Because the PS4 wasn't appealing until it was really late in its lifespan, too. And I obviously never had an interest in getting a 1, 2, or a 3, because I never did. Anyway. I think it's just frustrating because Sony fans are so toxic. If it wasn't for that, I don't think I would, like... I'd be completely neutral on it. I'd just be like, yeah, I don't really have a reason to get one, but I don't hate it. And I wouldn't say I hate it, but... Because again, if I had the money to... Fuck. If I had the money to throw at it, I probably wouldn't mind doing it. But that's a lot of money. Oh, hey, it's Best Girl. Oh, is Remake on Steam now? So that was just timed exclusivity. Still, it might be years before it comes to Steam. And apparently it's just not coming to Xbox, period, now. Like, I think for a while they were saying, like, someday, but now they're just kind of saying, like, nah, go fuck yourself. I guess 16 is, like, another one that they're kind of being like, nah, fuck you. Get a PlayStation. I think they're even, like, not willing to make a PC version of that, if I recall correctly. Which is kind of funny to me. I haven't heard that much about Final Fantasy 16. But from what I have heard, it didn't sound like people were super impressed with it. So the fact that they've got the balls to be like, no, you have to get a PlayStation to play it, seems kind of bold for a game that people aren't really talking about. What about how people feel about 16? I feel like even the people who got 16 and thought it was fantastic, they're not talking about it anymore either, is kind of my overall point here. And maybe it was fine, maybe it just was like, it was just fine. I'm not trying to say it was bad, I just think it's amusing that a game that no one is talking about is a, nah, fuck you, get a PlayStation to play it. It's just very bold. You think that they'd want to put it on other platforms so that more people were getting it and therefore more people were talking about it. You think they would just be like, nah, we need the exposure. Sony must know where the bodies are buried, as they say. They must have some fucking dirt. There we go. They must have some fucking dirt on Square Enix, enough to tell them, no, we want your game, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. Because it doesn't even seem like it doesn't even seem like smart marketing from Square Enix's standpoint. If they wanted to release a game that a lot of people are going to play and everyone's talking about, why the fuck wouldn't they make it for Switch? Because that's the thing that has an enormous install base. Back up. Oh, what? Was this the mystery entree? I just realized. Because the mystery entree is gone. So they must have just revealed what the mystery entree was. Therefore, getting it from the vase didn't really do shit. Alright, whatever. Okay, well, I'm like a super cook now, so that's something. For what that's worth. Sebastian. Well, they're also, like, they bought the rights to make the game. Sony didn't buy the rights from Square Enix so they could make a Final Fantasy game. But for whatever reason, they're able to go to Square Enix and be like, give us your video game, and Square Enix is like, yes, master. Which just seems strange to me. It seems like an odd bit of loyalty that I question more and more as the days go by. Uh-oh. Is someone dying? Okay. I guess I have room to go home and plant those. I guess that's it. I guess maybe Sony's just willing to throw a lot of money at it, to the point where they're like, okay. Like, even if the game doesn't sell, at least you paid us for it already. I don't know. I'd be interested to be a fly on the wall in that situation and just know more about... Just shut up. Yeah! And the weird thing is, I guess, how much industry drama do you hear about, like, rumors of, like, all the time? And yet you never really hear about anything like that. Then again, I'm not really in that circle, so maybe it's just passing me by. People break NDAs fucking constantly, though. Like I said, you hear rumors about that shit, like, all the time. Just not about this particular avenue. It's just odd. Alright, keep on loading this up. 'Cause that's... the field is very large. I might get to a point where that's the only field I'm using. I'm starting to realize. Because there's so much space that I'm kind of like, just do it. Did I get you guys? I got you guys, okay. I am going to sleep. Yeah, like, there's Nintendo leaks, like, every fucking week. And Nintendo's so notorious for having their NDA ninjas assassinating people who say too much. Which I think, to be blunt, I think it might be that anyone that has information to leak about Sony and Square Enix knows there's not a big enough crowd to warrant leaking it to. They're like, well, why would I leak it? No one cares. It's not like Nintendo, where, for better or worse, people don't want to admit it, but they talk about Nintendo every fucking day, so they're clearly doing something right. Like, even people who dislike Nintendo, well, they got you talking about them every single day, so... Just saying. How dare you? I'm on to you. Oh my god, two of them. There are so many that are asleep. What are you doing? See, I think they should just auto-detect. If you're standing next to them with, like, the milker, it should be, like, wake up in 5 seconds. And then just go back to sleep. Like, just long enough that we can get the job done and move on with our lives. Sometimes it actually feels like that's the case, but it doesn't do that for, like, brushing or anything. Which is fine, I guess. It's less important. Did I miss that one, too? 'Cause that one's also asleep. Yeah, I think that's why there's so many Nintendo leaks, and, like, even fake Nintendo leaks, because people realize that people are gonna talk about it. Why leak stuff about Sony and Square Enix when the 5 Sony fans that care are too busy shitposting about Xbox on Twitter every day? It's like, why bother leaking anything? Now, this is also pretending that leaking something actually leads to some form of internet fame, which isn't necessarily true, but... There's the last pregnancy. And now our barn shall be full. Okay, what else are we doing today? I'm basically just running until we hit the 6th, because that's our next big payout day. Like, I know that you don't look at Twitter full pay. I don't know the case of everyone else that may be listening, but if you don't use Twitter, Nintendo Direct has been trending for the past like 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks. People talk about that shit every fucking day. And it's literally been 3 weeks of, like, tomorrow they're gonna drop a Nintendo Direct announcement. Like, it's idiot. I mean, everyone hears about the Switch 2 rumors, where it's just a thing on Twitter where it's every day someone's like, so I heard that tomorrow there's gonna be a Switch 2 announcement. Like, it's the same thing. Every day people talk about that shit. You kind of can't match that kind of marketing. And it's free marketing. Nintendo doesn't even have to do anything for it. Yeah, I think this morning when I was going to sleep, I checked Twitter and I saw, again, Nintendo and Direct was trending. And I was like, every time I see it, I'm like, okay, did they actually announce something this time? And then I scroll down my feed, because I follow Nintendo's Twitter account. And then I see that, no, they didn't. They didn't at all. But it's kind of amazing. And I think that's something that... This is something that Sony fans don't think about when they insist that, like, Sony's winning the war. I mean, people still don't talk about Game Pass as much as they do the Nintendo Switch. But people do talk about Game Pass. People aren't really talking about the PS5 or its games. It doesn't have that evergreen side where it's just people... Like Breath of the Wild, people still fucking talk about Breath of the Wild. The sequel's out and people still talk about Breath of the Wild. Sony doesn't have that shit. The closest they have is, like, God of War, where people are, like, talking about it constantly. Now, to be fair, Xbox doesn't have it either, because Xbox just has people talking about Game Pass. But they don't have, like, a killer, like, exclusive game where it's like, oh man, you can only play this on Xbox. Yet. Like, they're probably working on some stuff, but... Right, I don't have to keep fishing. I finished my... I don't have to do anything. I'm out of things to do. Oh, fuck. I think I have to start digging again. It just hit me. I think we're gonna finally start digging again. Everyone, like, archaeology fans, that's the correct way of saying that. Archaeology fans rejoice. There was a Nintendo Direct on April 1st once, I think. But yeah, people try to see patterns with that shit. And there are some patterns. But, I mean, we've talked about this before with, like, the Switch Online announcements are almost always on Thursdays. And the games almost always drop on Thursdays. There's been some exceptions, but they do have some patterns to how they do things. So, I get why people... My problem with that is that Nintendo Directs aren't common enough for there to be a pattern anymore. That's my take on that. Did there used to be a pattern for Nintendo Directs? Yes, because they used to be a lot more frequent. They used to be like every other month. So you could really feel when one was going to drop. Now they're really unpredictable. They also do like the partner showcases and the indie worlds now. So it's kind of just hard to feel out when they're going to do one anymore. They used to announce them really far in advance, so you could probably tell if it was like Thursday, you were like, well, they're obviously, if they're going to announce one, it's going to be like on Monday. That's not the case. They tend to just announce them the day before now. So there used to be patterns, but I don't think there are anymore. Not reliable patterns. So I do think people saying like, oh, they've never done it like this before, so clearly they're not going to do it now is like a little silly. When it comes to directs in particular. Hell, you can't even bank on, like... Oh, God. Oh, come on. Sorry, I have to sneeze. And it's not. It's just lingering. Oh, man. What was I gonna say? That completely threw my brain off. Oh, you can't even rely on, like... Oh, it's June. This is when E3 would have been, so clearly there's gonna be a direct, because they don't even abide by that. When was the last direct? Like, they're so infrequent that I can't even remember when the last one was. Was the last direct when they announced the Super Mario RPG remake? And Thousand Year Door? Was that the last direct? Because that was like 5 months ago. Like 5 or 6. Like, that was forever ago. Because that was when they announced those two. They announced the new Peach game. They announced Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake, which is now coming out. Or is out. It's either out this week or is already out. Mario RPG remake is out by now, obviously. Hey, Entity, I was wondering if you were still around. I still like watching directs. I just don't get excited for them anymore. Like, when they announce one, I'll be like, oh, cool. That'll be fun to watch. And I'll probably do, like, I'll record a reaction for it or something. But I don't, like, spend my days going, oh, man, when's the next Nintendo Direct? I can't fucking wait, dude. I'm kind of hyped out. I get hyped, like, right before something actually happens and not thinking about the day it will happen. I'm too old for that. Metroid Prime 4 is a great example. Like, I'm not excited for that game at all until they actually show us a trailer and say, here is the release date, and then I'll be a little excited. But until then, what's the point in being excited? It might be another 7 years out. It might get canceled entirely. Like, it's just... who knows? And I like to be surprised, is the other thing. The more you speculate about the stuff, the less surprised you're going to be when something actually happens. So I think over-speculation is dangerous, for sure. And I think that served me well, because I think the last few directs I've gone into have been pretty... I don't know what to expect. I could make some wild guesses, and they still managed to come up with stuff like the Another Code remake that I was like, that came out of fucking nowhere. And those are the moments I enjoy. Like, sincerely, I think I get more out of those surprise moments than the moments of, oh man, it's been 27 years and they're finally making a new F-Zero. Like, because that's just, I'll be excited if it happens, but it has to happen eventually. You know what I mean? That's why I like the stuff that I didn't even think of, because I had no expectations in that regard. Eggs? Oh, eggs. Eggs? No. I'll give you a snuggle, though. You deserve it. You're adorable. Oh. Well, Scarlet and Violet was another problem entirely, because those games were just horrible. And from the get-go, I was extremely... What's the word I'm looking for? Hesitant, I guess? Wary? Because I was fairly certain the open world gimmick was going to not work, and it was not going to be a good game. I think there was a brief window where I was actually like, hey, maybe this will be pretty good, but inevitably, I think it was even worse than I expected it to be, which is extremely sad, because I already expected it to be bad. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet are bad. Like, I think without hesitation say it's the worst Pokemon game. Now, I did hesitate because I had to think if I actually meant that or not. But I think I do. I don't like 3rd gen. I would play it before Scarlet and Violet again. I don't like 5th gen. I'd play it before Scarlet and Violet again. Scarlet and Violet was just... I can't believe I played it for 80 hours. I'm mad at myself for that. Because it was not worth my time. Hey, Alexander. How's it going? Sorry you got here just in time for me to go on another Scarlet and Violet rant. I know, you've heard it before. Yeah, see, Legends Arceus was actually fucking good. I think that was what made me think that Scarlet and Violet might be pretty good, but they clearly didn't even copy off of their own homework. It doesn't make sense. There are problems in Scarlet and Violet that Legends Arceus already solved. And they just ignored it. And they were like, no, we're gonna just make it bad. Like, this is a despicable video game. And I'm not the type of person, like, a lot of people will try to be like, oh, every Pokemon game that comes out is worse than the last one. They've been going downhill for years. I don't think that's true. I thought Legends Arceus was great. I thought Sword and Shield was great. I think people were too obsessed with bitching and fucking stroking their hate boner for not having a national dex in Sword and Shield to actually give it a fucking chance. I think Sword and Shield was a great video game. I'm, like, still mad at how... I can't wait for the day that people start making Twitter posts about, hey, can we talk about the fact that Sword and Shield were actually pretty good? Because they fucking were. People got so obsessed with there's no national dex that they didn't even give it a chance. And I'm mad at people for doing that. What was before that? Sun and Moon? I thought Sun and Moon was great, too. I think Game Freak knows how to make good linear JRPGs, and that's fine. They just don't know how to make a good open world game. Not many people do. Shut up! I'm talking! Fucking sheep, man. Not many people do know how to make a good open world game, so I can't hold it against them. What they should have done was just let them make a good linear JRPG. And it would have been great. Hey, Scarlet. Oh, I love Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Yeah, with the sheep. The National Dex was like... When Sword and Shield came out, it was the first game where they said, you're not going to have access to every Pokemon ever. And you can't bring over your teams from previous games. Which is something they should have done a long fucking time ago. Just for balancing's sake. There's over 1,000 Pokemon. Like, having all of them is idiotic. And allowing people to just bring over their level 100 Lucario from their previous game to sweep the game is stupid. And you shouldn't be doing that anyway. But people got such a fucking hate boner for the fact that there was no National Dex that they gaslit themselves into thinking that the game was horrible. All because they couldn't bring their Charizard and their Garchomp and their Gengar overs to just sweep the game for them. Now notice, Scarlet and Violet didn't have a National Dex either, and no one said shit about it. I think that's a good indicator of how it was a bullshit complaint. Because no one said shit about there not being a National Dex in Scarlet and Violet. Everyone forgot about it. Everyone forgot about it. See, the big thing I like about... So I think you have some good points. I do think Platinum is an extremely slow game. Diamond and Pearl especially have some magic pixel nonsense where you can get just lost and you don't know where to go because the game just doesn't lead you where to go. I specifically remember Diamond and Pearl having a moment where there's just a random NPC in some town that you have to talk to, and there's no hints that you're supposed to talk to them. You're just supposed to talk to everyone. It's terrible design. They did fix that in Platinum. But a lot of 4th gen for me is that's when they created the physical and special split. So that moves either are one type or the other, and they're not just, all water moves are special. And that made so many Pokemon actually versatile. That was a game-changing bit that they added to the game. And that's a lot of what I did like about it. And I like Heart Gold and Soul Silver, too. Those are also very good. To be fair, I haven't played Platinum since it came out. So if I play it again, I might change my mind. I might be like, eh. There are some things that I am attached to that are pretty superficial. I think Dawn's design is fantastic. She's probably, like, one of my favorite player character trainers. But, like, that can't carry the whole game. At least I'm not one of the people who thinks Cynthia is, like, the best waifu of all time. I mean, she's fine. I don't hate her. But at least that's not my logic. A lot of people are, man, like, fucking Cynthia, though. And it's like, so? I don't buy into the champion hype. I honestly wish champions would go back to shutting the fuck up and just waiting for me to get to their boss room and fight them. That goes for all the gym leaders. That's why I hated Black and White. Every single fucking town you get to, the gym leader has to be like, I'm the local superhero. Stand back, citizen. I'll handle this one. It's just fucking dumb. There's fucking 2 rival battles per town, and both your rivals suck ass, and they don't know how to do anything. Character writing is terrible, the lore is awful. The only thing 5th gen has is that it has a bunch of really cool new Pokemon. It's a bunch of great Pokemon designs, and they have a bunch of great, like, dual typings that didn't exist before that. I'm still willing to give it more of a second chance than Scarlet and Violet, though. And just for the sake of, like, both sides of the coin here, to be fair, like, to be completely fair, Scarlet and Violet had great character writing, and it had a pretty above-average, decent, acceptable, inoffensive plot. If they would remake Scarlet and Violet and make it a linear RPG, it would be great. But the open world mechanics were poison to that game and completely ruined it. But I think the character writing in Scarlet and Violet was, like, some of the best it's ever been. Those characters are very, like, charming and interesting. Now, I think Sword and Shields were also pretty good, except for Hop. Hop is like, one of the worst rivals they've ever made. But I don't have to tell you guys that. You know that. Alright, what am I doing? I'm pulling a gaming lawyer. I'm just walking around in circles while talking. 45 seconds of gameplay, as they say. Okay, it's fine. Digging, or we don't need to fish anymore. We're just gonna go digging. Everything's fine. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, that was the nonsense with the national decks. And again, what pisses me off is no one said anything about it in Scarlet and Violet. So you know it was a bullshit complaint. If they were still complaining about it, I would have at least commended them for that and been like, well, at least you're consistent. You know, like they get to keep the legendary off the bat, why our legendaries now are pet dogs. Don't get me fucking started on legendaries. If they would make a new Pokemon game with no legendary Pokemon, I would be fucking pogging. God damn, do I hate legendaries. See, I don't. I haven't felt anything about a legendary in... God, what was the last legendary I actually gave a fuck about? Probably the legendary beasts in Gold and Silver. Like, I remember that being... Like, in hindsight, I think them roaming the map was idiotic. Like, that was a stupid mechanic. But as a kid, when it was a new mechanic, it was exciting when they would just pop up. Even though they immediately ran away, it was still like, oh, fuck, there he is. I think that was probably the last time I cared about a legendary. Third gen was the beginning of look how important the legendaries are. Which I hated. Fourth gen is... So one thing I really hate about 4th gen is that game has, like, I think it's like 17 legendaries. There's way too many. 4th gen started the tradition of look at all of these legendaries. Isn't your dick just so hard? And it's just... I hate that. 5th gen kept it up. 5th gen legendaries were also terrible. X and Y I was, like, acceptable, because at least there was only 3 of them.
Like, they dialed it back, and that made me happy. I guess, like, if... I don't remember the actual Pokemon's name, but Lily's Pokemon, Nebby? Like, I liked that whole arc. If he counts as a legendary, I mean, he evolves into a legendary, question mark? Like, that was fun and engaging. Sword and Shield legendaries I didn't give a fuck about. And a lot of that, well, see, even in a vacuum, I don't think I gave a fuck about those legendaries. But they also had to do the thing where it's like, oh, there's two legendaries. There's one for you and your best friend. And it was like, oh no. You mean Hop, don't you? Like, that was just, like, insulting and terrible. And I skipped all of the legendaries in Scarlet and Violet. Except for the bike, obviously. I didn't even bother with the rest of them. Because I was just so checked out on that game. When I beat that game, I was like, I'm fucking done. I'm never touching this again. I'm at a point where I don't even catch legendaries. I just defeat them. I just fucking kill them. In the Nuzlocke I'm doing right now, I mean, I didn't fight any in Kanto. I guess I didn't fight any in Johto yet either, to be fair. But even the red Gyarados, I knocked his ass out. I was like, I don't fucking care. See, I don't think rivals have to be hateable. Necessarily. I mean, Silver's pretty terrible. Like, he's an extreme edgelord. Okay, so we already went on a legendary retrospect. Let's go on the rival retrospect. I think Blue, Green, Gary, whatever you want to call him, Gary motherfucking Oak. I think he hit a sweet spot as far as, like, an antagonistic rival. He was kind of a douchebag, but he wasn't, like, too much of a douchebag. He was just the right amount of douchebag. He had douchebag moderation. Oh, I'm gonna get fucking demonetized if I keep saying, saying douchebag. I didn't think Silver was very good. He's just extremely edgy. He clearly has problems he needs to work through, and why the fuck should those be our problems? It's not, there's nothing personal there. He's just in the way and he's angry. But it's nothing, there's nothing personal about that connection. Third gen started the bullshit where they were like, hey, what if the rival is just the gender you don't pick? Which is tremendously boring because they don't have any character to them at all because their writing has to match both genders. So they have no personality. Now, there was also... Correct me if I'm wrong. Was his name Wally? The kid that you helped catch a Ralts? Like, he's also kind of a rival. And he was fine? Question mark? I didn't hate him, but I didn't love him. He was fine. He existed, he was inoffensive. Fourth gen, again, did the same formula, where there's the inverse of whichever gender you pick, which is incredibly boring, and then there's Barry. I actually think Barry is fantastic. I don't know why, because he's honestly an idiot. But he's a very endearing idiot. He's just a fucking goofball. He's just, I don't know, he's acceptable. I think as far as friendly rivals go, he's like where it was at until recently. Fifth gen rivals were fucking garbage. Fifth gen rivals were 100% terrible. The only one that was worth fucking anything was Bianca, and that's because she admits that she's fucking terrible at battling and gives up and decides to do something else with her life. Good for her. Good for her. She's one of the first rival who's just a terrible rival, but she also is like, you know what? Maybe I'm not cut out for this. I'm gonna become a professor instead. Good for you. Good for you. Great character arc. Love it. 10 out of 10. And then you have fucking Sharon, who's also a terrible rival, and somehow thinks that he should just teach people... He should become a teacher and teach people how to Pokemon battle, because that's how good he is. Piece of shit. Terrible. Awful. Delete him. He does not need to be there. Especially because you have to fight both of them every single goddamn town, and they won't leave you the fuck alone. 5th gen makes me angry. It's not a good video game. You can tell 5th gen is when they were like... That's when they hit their stride, and by stride, I mean that's when the Pokemon company said you have to make a new game every 2 years because we have to introduce 100 new Pokemon that we can make merchandise of. You could tell they made that game just to make it, and not because they were moving the evolution of the series forward. And a lot of that is because it's the first one that wasn't on a new platform. Now, 6th gen, you're probably like, oh boy, here we go. Buckle in, everyone. Sixth gen was like it was everything bad again. You still had the reverse gender rival, which was super boring. And then you had, what, 4 other rivals? It's basically Pokemon Mega Man Battle Network, where they were like, hey, we're just going to take the same trope from every anime ever. There's the girl rival, there's the kid rival, who is surprisingly short for some reason, and then there's the fat rival, who's really big and, like, both tall and wide. It's super uninteresting. But, capital B, you only have to fight each of them like twice each. They don't completely overdo it like they do in Gen 5. Which really helps. They still weren't anything special, but at least they weren't annoying. They kind of just existed. Also, I forgot about N from Gen 5, but we're not going to talk about N. We're gonna keep moving. And despite all of these typically bad rivals that I would consider, like, none of these even compare to Gary, for sure. As far as an antagonistic rival goes, it's just Gary at this point. I think Barry is a decent friendly rival. He's at least got personality. I don't remember how he is as far as challenge goes. And then comes Sun and Moon. And it's been a while since I've played Sun and Moon, and I've only played it once, so I might need some help on this one. I mean, first of all, there's Hal. Until Hop was introduced, Hal was the worst rival. Hal is terrible. Because he's not a rival. And that's... It's funny, I've come to terms with the fact that as a character, Hao is fine, but as a rival, he's terrible. He's just there. He's not trying to be like a super trainer or anything. He's just there. He's a terrible rival. But then there's... Is his name Gladion? Is that what it was? That sounds kind of familiar. I seem to remember that he was written pretty well. But I don't remember why. I don't remember details. I just remember thinking it was pretty good. I thought he and Lily were both pretty good. Maybe even higher than pretty good. I don't have a whole lot to say on Sun and Moon. Hal was pretty bad, but he was just a bad rival. He should have just been more of a dude you're traveling with. Because that's where he succeeded. Him just being that guy that was like, holy shit, look over there. It's a fucking huge, big-ass tower. Oh my god, they have ice cream. Like, he was appealing as that, because he's just a fucking tourist. And that's fine. He's just a bad rival. Also, welcome back, Theo. Where were we? Sorry. Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield had, again, multiple rivals, and for the most part, I think they're pretty good. Hop is absolute garbage. In every way. He's written terribly. He's not a challenging fight. In fact, they deliberately made him as unchallenging as possible, because the dumb motherfucker only ever uses recoil moves and will literally just knock himself the fuck out. He's as bad as it gets. I don't think you could intentionally make a rival worse than Hop. But I think Marnie is great. And I still don't know how to say his fucking name. But Bede actually has character growth. He's just a piece of shit edgelord that's just angry at the world, just like Silver, except he actually goes through character growth. He's still not great, but he was redeemed at the end. Also, let's not forget about the fact that Hop had a chance to go through good character growth and didn't fucking do it. Cowards. They wrote an opportunity for Hop to get his ass kicked and realize that he's a bad fucking trainer and he doesn't learn from it. He has like 5 minutes of feeling down for himself and then he's just like, yeah, but my big brother's the champion. And then he just goes on his life being a piece of shit. Terrible. Terrible. Absolute terrible. F tier. If we were doing a tier list, I would make a new, like, triple F tier just to put Hop in it. He's the absolute worst. He's the only thing in Sword and Shield that I fucking hated. Before we get on to Scarlet and Violet, let me go back and look at... Did I miss anything in chat? Blue hates his life because his grandfather hates him enough to forget his name. True. In the same conversation that he asks, what day of the week is it? He also asks, wait, what was my grandson's name? But I bet he can cite all 151 Pokemon in order. It's like Gen 5, but not because of the characters. That is the correct take. Congratulations. There are things to like about Gen 5, it's just the characters and the story is really bad. But yeah, there's a lot of cool new Pokemon in Gen 5. Was Nemona the only rival in Scarlet and Violet? I think they kind of treat the guy with the dog that I can't remember the name of. I think they try to treat him like a rival, but I wouldn't say he's a rival, because you only fight him like once, don't you? And I don't think I would call Penny a rival either. They were both great characters, but I don't think I'd call them rivals. I think Nemona was really the only rival, and I think she was great. That was a complete turnaround from Hop. Like, she's a competitive... I think she is now the best friendly rival. She's competitive, but she's not competitive to a point where she's, like, calling you a piece of shit and just, like, mudhole stomping you into the ground. Like, I think she nails the friendly competition angle. I think her obsession with battling is charming. I think she's, like, the best friendly rival. If we were doing a tier list, I think S tier would be her and Gary. Because I think they're opposite sides of the spectrum. One is an excellent friendly rival, and one is an excellent antagonistic rival. I think those are, like... And it's funny, because they bookend the entire series. One was the first one, and one was the most recent, which is kind of crazy. But in the middle, there's a lot of garbage in there, for sure. Hey, we're shutting the fuck up and playing Harvest Moon again. Did I not just refill this? It's being funky? Are you back to retro achieving then, Theo? I would imagine. At least you have plenty to do if you can't sleep. And then there's probably, like, spin-off rivals that we could talk about, too, but fuck that. That's okay. Because, again, the rival in Legends Arceus was terrible. It was just the opposite gender, again. It was just, who cares? You also only fight him, like, twice. Did I already milk these guys? I probably did, right? my brain. Whew! My throat's a little tired after all that. Holy fuck. It was a very, very thorough Pokemon retrospective, if I do say so myself. Usually I just let it end at Scarlet and Violet is trash and people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. There are still people who think that that was a good video game, and I'm like, you are actually... You might want to, like, talk to someone, because I think you might have a disorder. Sorry, that's very tasteless, but... It's fucking true. Sorry, what? Did you say something? Alright, a little bit of organization. Is there anything else I gotta do before, like, the end of the day? This day has taken forever. What's up? Oh, of course. See, honestly, that's fair, Entity. Because, yeah... See, I don't know. Because I even felt like she was obviously very extroverted, but I feel like she was also very respectful, which a lot of extroverted people aren't. And that's what makes them bothersome. But I don't have evidence to back that up. I don't remember a moment where I'm like, oh yeah, but this one moment showed that she's a little bit more aware of things going on around her than she realizes. Like I don't have a moment like that to back that statement up. But I think that's fair is basically what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's me for sure, Theo. Like, I'm very extremely introverted until someone proves that they can hold a conversation with something other than small talk, and then it can be hard to get me to shut up. But I have to feel like someone's worth talking to and worth holding a conversation with, and that we're speaking on the same wavelength. And that's rare. It's obviously more common when it comes to streaming, but I don't want her to take an interest in farming. That's just going to make her resent being here even more. But we do want to be close. I can't tell you. You can't, that's not gonna come true if you tell me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it's the last time I only see my roommate and my mother, basically, in like face-to-face daily life. And the last time they introduced me to someone that they worked with, I was very closed off, because I was like, I don't know you. Who are you? Like, what are your interests? Obviously, we're only meeting for like a couple of minutes, and we're like, there's not time to get to know you, so of course I'm gonna be closed off. That's why sometimes YouTube viewers drive me fucking nuts, because it's just exclamation point, play my level. It's the YouTube version of small talk. Which, to clarify, I said earlier that, like, you guys that are actual regulars in the channel is, like, the exception to the rule when it comes to YouTube viewers being kind of weird. Before someone, Cough Scarlet, is like, oh, so you think I'm weird? Yes, but not in that way. In a good way. Oh, it's shearing day! Let's go! Hold on to your butts! Yeah, I forget who I was talking to the other day who was like, who tried to be the, don't mind me, I'm weird. And I'm like, man, if you're not weird, you're doing it wrong. You're not weird, like, what do you do? You know what I mean? What do you do in your day-to-day life? What are your interests? You just don't have any? Be weird. Like, within reason. Don't be like people who like to talk in public about feet weird, but be weird. There's probably some weird Twitch people too, for sure. There are exceptions in both cases. Although I think it might be a different type of weird.
I feel like a lot of, like, when I say YouTube viewers are weird, what I mean is, like, there's a lot of fucking kids that don't understand, like, social cues and shit. So talking to them can just be very peculiar. You'll see a lot of stuff that'll just make you go, why would you say that? My limited engagement with Twitch viewers so far is they actually seem to come to streams because they're like, hey, you're playing a game I like. Whereas a lot of YouTube viewers will come to streams and just be like, hi. And then you're like, oh, hey, welcome to the stream. And then they never say anything ever again. Because you didn't drop everything you were doing to, like, worship them, I guess? I don't know. It's a very weird energy. But I feel like everyone new on Twitch has been, like, especially for Harvest Moon, have been very, like, oh, I love this game. And it's like, cool, conversation starter, let's go. We're going somewhere. I was actually thinking about dropping the Story of Seasons playthrough, because on YouTube it's not doing very well. But on Twitch it's doing better, and it feels like every single stream there's at least one person that's like, oh, I love this game, and I feel like there's actually things we can talk about as a result. Plus, I don't have any hot takes in regards to this franchise, so it makes it easier to talk about. Oh yeah, requests. But the Haspy S rank? Dude, fuck you. Spotted char of any size. Where did we get the chars from? I've already forgotten. I had a bunch earlier. Fuck. Be surprised and probably offended if I considered you normal. I consider you more normal than... see, normal's a weird word. Because I think some level of weird is normal. So I don't think you're alarmingly weird. I think you're, like, a healthy amount of weird. I'm making it worse. I'm gonna stop talking now. Weird enough to be charming without being, like, disarming. Does that make sense? Man. I don't remember. Okay, we're not digging today. I can confirm that. Sorry, digging lovers. I just wish you got on Discord more often. Sure. Upstream. Most people find you more disarming, even alarming. I could see that. I guess I was more patient with you than a lot of people can be. I know you've told me before that you've been to other channels and you feel like they don't take kindly to your antics. But I guess I was patient enough to see beneath the antics and see that you're not a psychopath. Which is strange for me, because I'm usually not that patient. Usually as soon as someone says Ligma, my brain goes, okay, creating a filter,
Don't read this person's messages ever. They're not worth your time. You feel like you get ignored a lot these days? It's because you're not on Discord to get my messages. What if I've been leaving... I haven't been. Clarify, I'm just amusing myself at the moment. What if, for, like, the past, like, 2 years, I've been leaving you messages on Discord just waiting for you to get back to me? How would that make you feel? At least twice a week I go over to Discord and I look for the little dust crusher symbol, and I think today will be the day. I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you... I was gonna ask if you needed something, and I've forgotten your name. So... It's the fucking char, man. Is this too far upstream? It might be too far upstream. Because I'm only live 6 hours a day. Kate, that's her name. She's so odd because... And I don't mean to be like, you know, whatever, like, whatever makes a family, right? I'm not judging. But her family is so obviously Asian. Like, in name and appearance, she doesn't look it, and her name is Kate. It's very odd. Maybe they adopted her. I think that's too far upstream. I think that qualifies as under the waterfall. Yeah, I'm only live 6 hours a day, so... And you're not here for all 6 hours, so... And there's other people to talk to. And I forget about things because I'm old. You hear me. Sometimes I can't even words properly. There it is. You expect me to remember everything that... For instance, you asked why not Metal Gear Solid 3. I just remembered this from yesterday. I'd completely forgotten about it until this moment. It's not on retro achievements. It's what, PS3? Okay, I take it back. His name is Garrett. That's not very... It's not much of a match either. I couldn't remember what his name was. I just assumed it was something a little bit more exotic. Okay, we need some S-rank butter. Just stick one of these in. Just one. Oh, it is PS2? I don't remember if I saw it on the list. I was looking yesterday. After the stream, I was scanning to try and figure out both Spy Game and Witch and Wizard, which pickings are fucking slim for that shit. Unless you're a Harry Potter fan, because there's like 173 Harry Potter video games. But if you're not, it's kind of like, well, you're probably going to be playing some shit you've never heard of. Oh, it could have just been gold. Oh, well, it's fine.
I keep thinking that platinum is S. But gold is S. I'm stupid. I didn't ask you. Any askers? Yeah, I guess he does. And they both have black hair, don't they? I mean, I guess that could happen. It's just very rare. Oh no, how many fish do I have? Okay, that's fine. I can at least toss them in batches. Alright, let's go. Oh no, there's one more I forgot. I missed it. Get out of here. Strawberry seeds. I'll just put them back here. I'll push the wrong button first, and then I'll put them back here. You looked? I guess I just missed it. I guess I wasn't paying attention. What's Metal Gear Acid? I saw that on there. And I was like, I haven't heard of that one, which means it's probably a weird spin-off or something. Okay, I'm just gonna push the wrong buttons. We're gonna just stick this in here because it's a big field. Bump, 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 bump. I'm too early. So who wants brushings? Brushies. Oh no, it's a card game? Alright, well fuck that. Never mind. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm surprised I didn't see it on the card game list. Maybe I did, and I just wasn't paying attention. I think I narrowed Spy down to the first James Pond with a P. Unfortunately, the Game Boy Color Perfect Dark doesn't have an achievement set, so it would I can only do the N64 one. So that's an option. I think due to the bit I read about the MSX Metal Gear and the Game Boy Color Metal Gear Solid, it does sound like I would probably have more fun with the Game Boy Color one. So I think it's that, Perfect Dark, James Pond, or there's an SNES Inspector Gadget game. And I was like, maybe. That could be either terrible or really fun. So I think those are my options. I have a ways before I need to figure it out. You're the wrong chicken. Oh, relax. This one wasn't gonna hatch anyway. That one will. Let's go. Okay, correctly put it in your inventory this time and don't eat it. Stupid. Perfect Dark is tempting. I think my concern with that is that I'm just gonna not like it. I'm just gonna, like... I guess that's a concern with everything, right? We've been getting pretty lucky with retro achievement stuff so far. Aside from when I tried to play the Pokemon trading card game off stream, and I was immediately like, I fucking hate this. But otherwise, things have been like, oh yeah, this is fine. Oh, so many. Darn it. Darn it. Darn it. Yeah, we're just gonna not... I can't keep the fertilizer going on 3 fields at once. It's just pushing it.
Oh, that's right. It had the 2 controller setup. I forgot about that. I have, but it was a long time ago. When did that come out? Like 2000? So 24 years, 20, let's just say 25 years ago. Yeah, so I'm gonna put full focus on this field. There's still fertilizer in here. Let's just take this out. Oh, there's so much. Let's go. Okay, I'm dumb. There we go. All right, we are set. I can't wait for Granana harvest next year. I know. You mentioned that. Yeah, uh-huh. I heard him the first time. You didn't have to repeat it. Eunice, thank you very much. Hey, babe. Have I mentioned that I love your new dress? It's spectacular. I didn't ask you about the festival. You know, she keeps complaining about, like, no one interesting living here. Where the fuck do you go to school? Wait, there's no school in this town. So you clearly have to go, like, a town over to go to school, right? You don't know people there? Oh, she's introverted. Leave her alone. Well, then why is she complaining about not knowing anyone? Hurts. She should be happy. There's no one out here. Oh my god, why is everything asleep? You're killing me. Yeah, I will keep thinking about it. We still have, I guess, not that many games to go. I guess I have to start thinking about it. I have a wild card game. Like, we have Drill Dozer, and then I have a wild card game. And then it's Spy. So I guess I do have to get that figured out soonish. Especially since wild card is just going to be Spyro, which I've already been working on. So that's like half done already. I am a little concerned about N64 emulation, because it's not very good. Theo, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's also an N64 emulator that has retro achievement support that might be better than using one of the cores. I might have that installed still. I vaguely recall there being a thing there, where it was like the core in the emulator is like not very good. I don't know if I gave you one already. Oh my god, shut up. Stop! Oh my god.
Yeah! Oh, I actually want... Oh, I forgot to sell milk yesterday. I'm stupid. I forgot it was a shearing day. Well, fuck. I guess we'll just do it today. We'll be a little out of sync, but that's... Or I'll just wait for the first. Just wait for the first, and then we're going to have a massive pile of milk. Alright, let's save milk, but we're going to get rid of our crops. Do I have any more requests? Right, I have to take him the char. I forgot, and he probably left town already. God damn it. Somebody want to remind me to, like, stay up late to catch him, to give him that fish? I completely forgot about it. Yes, I mean, that's memes in the making, really. Just mix and match them. I did not think that a Story of Seasons night was going to be a night where my throat got tired from talking too much. Pokemon brings out the worst of me, man. Don't get it twisted. I love Pokemon. I think that's obvious, right? I don't think I would be as passionate about it if I just fucking hated it. I would have just written it off, you know, like Elder Scrolls, and I would just ignore that it exists. But I don't love it so much that I'm willing to look the other way when a game is just bad. Also, let's not forget that I'm a Sonic fan, and Scarlet and Violet, a horrible game, came out the same month, within a couple of weeks of each other, of Sonic Frontiers, which was a good game. Against all fucking odds. So that added to the contrast. I had, like, one of the best weeks of that year playing Sonic Frontiers, and then Scarlet and Violet came out, and I went, what the fuck is this? Yeah, I started doing that off-stream marathon. I got the dumb idea during GDQ week that I'm going to play through every Pokemon game except for Scarlet and Violet. I finished Blue already, and I had a great time. First generation is kind of ass, but I had a good time. I kind of like it in its simplicity. Because it's not too absurdly complicated yet. It created the hot take for me that I don't think they should have added 2 new types. I think they should have gotten rid of some types. I think they should have replaced Rock with Steel entirely. And Dark probably just didn't need to be a thing. They should have just fleshed out Bug and Ghost more instead. If they wanted a Psychic counter. Maybe make Ghost immune to Psychic instead or something. And then I'm most of the way through Silver. Worth pointing out, I'm not going to do post-game. Just because I want to be able to actually get around to playing all the games. I don't want to get too... I'm already very sidetracked. But I'm having a good time with Silver as well. I think I said that I would probably give Blue like a 4 or a 3 out of 5. Probably a 4. I think Silver I'd probably give a 5 out of 5. Yeah, I felt bad that, like... I mean, the online was maybe one of the better features of the game. With the exception of the fact that there was no, like, drop-in, drop-out. So every time someone wanted to join, we had to completely remake the lobby. So that was garbage.
but I liked the overall idea of just... It wasn't necessarily co-op, it was like... We were just all playing the same game together and talking about it. Similar to Mario Wonder, that had the same element, except it was fucking better! That was like one of the redeeming qualities of the game, was the online was like pretty good. Better than I expected it to be, but then it was also like it had that major downside of one person leaves and we wanted to invite someone else in. Oh, everyone has to leave so we can drop what you're doing. Everyone stop what you're doing. It was fucking Animal Crossing energy, where everyone has to stop what they're doing to wait for someone to join. Basically, what I'm getting at is that Generation 10 is either going to be even worse, and I'm not even going to bother buying it, or they're going to learn from their mistakes, and it's actually going to be fantastic. I mean, we talked about... I think you were there for that, Theo, when I went on that rant on Discord about how the Pokemon games either feel like they evolve suitably enough, or they just stagnate and get worse. Because they don't actually, like, do anything. And then it seems like whenever they stagnate and get worse, that the next game is actually really good. Like, I didn't think 3rd gen was very good, but then 4th gen was excellent. I didn't think 5th gen was very good, but then 6th gen was excellent. So there's a chance that 10 might be, like, one of the best Pokemon games we've ever played. If we look at the... If you look at a scale of 1 to 10, and assume that, like, 3rd gen was, like, a 3, and then 4th gen was, like, an 8, and 5th gen was, like, a 4, and 6th gen was, like, a 6. So they kind of, like... There's, like, physics to it, right? For as bad as it just gets better. So, if Scarlet and Violet are a 1, and when I say if, I mean they are. When they are a 1, then, in theory... Generation 10 should be, Yeah, you see where this is going. Generation 10 out of 10. It just lines up. But it could also just be worse. They might double down on the, no, gamers want open world. And we know that they don't know any better, that they don't know what they want, but we're going to give it to them anyway. And then it's just going to be bad again. But I think if I see the writing on the wall this time, I'm just going to not buy it. I saw the writing on the wall with Scarlet and Violet, but I kept thinking Sword and Shield were so good, and Legends Arceus was so good, that I'm just going to have some faith. You know what sucked? I don't remember for sure, but if I remember right, I couldn't stream Pokemon the night it came out. I think... Wait, no, I got it digital, didn't I? Hold on. No, I didn't. I got it physical. I think it didn't get here in time, so I couldn't stream it right away. And if I remember right, before I started playing it, I was already hearing that it was bad. But it was too late. I already pre-ordered it. And given the fact that people blew up the national decks so fucking bad, I thought people were overreacting. I was like, oh, it's not that bad. They're just making it look bad.
Just like with the National Dex. Why were people so upset about the National Dex, but they weren't upset about the quality of Scarlet and Violet? It blows my mind that the internet rallied as hard as they did behind the National Dex, and then Scarlet and Violet, everyone was just like, yay, open world smile. I'm running out of punny chicken names. Does noodle soup fit? No, it doesn't. I mean, chicken noodle fits. And noodle is just a funny name. Where are my ducks at, man? Okay, the other one should be popping anytime. Oh, no, I think I put that one in later. That might be a minute, actually. Anyway, I'm playing Pokemon Silver and having a great time. That's, like, I should focus on the positives more. And I'm looking forward to checking out Emerald. Which, I did confirm yesterday, and I'll go ahead and confirm it again. I am going to play Emerald on stream. I did Blue and Silver off stream, but I am going to do Emerald on stream. It's going to be my second wild card game for the event. Figure I might as well just multitask. Wake up, you piece of shit. Thank you. And I'm going to continue with my convoluted Nuzlocke rule set, so everyone can look forward to me having to explain how I have that nonsense set up. I don't know, I didn't think about which trainer I was gonna do. That's actually a tough call. May is pretty great, but I don't really like her Emerald design very much. But I'll probably still go with May, because I don't remember what the boy's name is. Brandon or something? He's lame. he's lame. Ugh. More importantly, we have to figure out what starter we're gonna do. That's why I brought it up earlier about people's input on, which probably seemed complete nonsense when I was like, hey, if you guys want to weigh in on which starter I use for the playthrough I'm doing off stream, you're welcome to do so. Like, without the context, that probably didn't make any goddamn sense, but there you go, you got the context for it now. We will be playing that one on stream. We probably will not do 4th gen on stream, because DS emulation is garbage. So I don't expect that to go very well. Oh, unless if Emerald does really well, I might consider buying Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl and playing that on stream instead. Maybe. Really big maybe. Turnout for Emerald is going to have to be really good to convince me to do that, I think. Or there's going to have to be a sale, or both. Take it easy, Noodle. Where was I? So, I determined that, and I'm mostly explaining this again for the sake of Entity, if she's still out there. I decided since it's like a marathon Nuzlocke rule set, I decided on 2 stipulations. One, I don't have to use the same Pokemon 2 playthroughs in a row. So if I see a Pidgey in the first route for all 4 games, which I don't think is possible, but I don't have to take it every time. But then also, I have to alternate the type of the starter I choose. So, for Blue, I used Squirtle. For Silver, I used Cyndaquil. So for Emerald, we have to use Trico or Mudkip. And therefore, 4th gen, I have to use Turtwig or Piplup. I can't decide. So that's what I'm willing to hear people out if they have preferences on that. I think the tricky thing is, I think I like Trico more, and I think I like Turtwig more. So that kind of just puts me in a bad spot. It's kind of... That's not the answer. Oh, did I throw it out? I wasn't thinking. Let's see if I can catch it again really quick. Fuck. I was so eager to get the fish out of my inventory, I wasn't paying attention to keeping the one I needed. I just said I don't like May's emerald appearance. That's all I said. I don't know what it was in the anime. I did not watch the anime that long. I watched, like, I think basically the first season of the anime, and that's it. I had a rocky childhood with Pokemon. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. It was very up and down. Because, like, I was late to the party. If I recall correctly, why do I remember, like, specific details like this? I don't know, man. I think it was for my 13th birthday. Might have been 15th. Both of those numbers sound right for some reason. I asked for a Game Boy Color and Pokemon Yellow. So that was, like, my introduction, aside from fucking around and playing the games on emulators. And then I got Silver when that came out, and my best friend at the time got Gold, and we basically had sleepovers every single weekend and just stayed up all night playing Pokemon. So that generation definitely has a special place in my heart for that reason. And then 3rd gen, I just wasn't impressed. I got Sapphire, I believe, and I just wasn't impressed. It just didn't do anything for me. That's when I learned the lesson of don't just power level 1 Pokemon and sweep the whole fucking game, because it's boring as hell. Because it's basically what I did. I just power leveled Blaziken, and he was able to solo the Elite Four, and I was like, okay, game's easy. Alright, I'm not getting what I need, and it's late. But then I got Fire Red, and really liked that. And then when I got 4th gen, I was like, I'm back, baby. I was like, this is it. I love this. And then I played 5th gen and hated it. And was like, this is terrible. And I kind of fell off again. Skipped Black and White 2 entirely. Anyway, I didn't watch a lot of the anime, was what I was getting at. If I remember correctly, it was on, like, right as I got out of school. So I basically had to rush home and put it on right away. And hey, you might notice a similarity, because I was just saying this about the end of streams, but when I got out of high school, all I wanted to do was go home and make something to eat. So I just didn't really give a fuck about putting anime on. Especially once some poor soul introduced me to Dragon Ball Z, and I was like, this is awful. I never want to watch this again, ever. Anyway, that's another discussion entirely. Oh, relax. No, it's raining.
hate everything. Winter's over. What time is it? Oh, we are... This should probably be our last day. We're probably going to go a little bit overtime just to finish this day. We're not going to finish winter tonight. Close, but...
I didn't say I never watched it. I didn't say I said I watched... I didn't watch a lot of it. I remember a lot of stuff from the first season. I remember when Ash fucking died in the ghost episode. I remember the episode that fucking lied to us and said that ghost types were strong against psychic types. I remember playing Pokemon Yellow and getting a Gengar because I thought it would beat the shit out of Sabrina's gym. It did not. Spoiler alert. You're supposed to say spoiler alert first, but whatever. You knew the punchline already. I think I went to theaters to see Mewtwo Strikes Back, if I remember correctly. That seems right. One of my personal favorites, I remember the episode where he's at the Pokemon League, and he just randomly, for no, apropos of nothing at all, decides to get Krabby out from the storage system and send him into the fucking Pokemon League. Which is a hilariously dumb move, but Krabby, being a little fucking champ that he fucking is, just fucking kills it. Like, I remember that vividly. And that's about it. I don't think I really remember much else. I remember all the hype about, wow, Misty found a Pokemon egg. I remember all that. When the fuck does this place open? I'm hungry as hell, man. But I think that was all, like, Season 1, is what I'm getting at. I don't think I watched it past that. Well, no, I mean, like, yeah, so Psychic wasn't actually weak to Ghost. Well, I don't know. Did they fix that in Yellow? They might have. But what I mean is, the motherfucker's a poison type, so he just dies to Psychic. Immediately. It's just a cruel fucking joke. So even if they were weak to Ghost, it didn't fucking matter. Your only attack is Lick. And they're just like, they're fast as hell, so they just use Psychic. Whoever wrote that episode, something bad should happen to them. But not, like, I don't want them to die. I just want them to, like, get a bladder infection that lasts a couple of days longer than it should. Something just unpleasant. They deserve it, because they fucking lied to an entire generations of fucking nerdy kids. Alright, I'm okay. I'm okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. Fucking show for kids. They make Ash fucking die. And if that wasn't traumatic enough already, they were like, hey, hold on. What if we lie to them? What if we give them game tips that aren't true? Fucking thanks, Masuda. Who's Masuda? He's the, like, director, right? Thanks, Sugimori. He's definitely not the director. He's just the artist. I mean, I would wish bad against my own worst enemy, but the guy that lied to me about ghost types isn't my worst enemy. He's just a dick. Like, I mean, it's funny. At least there's that. It's a funny story.
That an entire generation shares in common. So, like, you know, it's not like people died or anything, so I'm not gonna wish anything too bad against them. Oh, right, it's a van day. I was about to go digging. I do not, even though I got something to eat, I don't feel like making that salad that I was talking about earlier. That is just not what I want to spend my night doing. I don't know what I want to spend my night doing, but it's not that. I'm rich as fuck. I'm just gonna keep fucking hanging in there, and I'm gonna buy that teddy bear next year that seems to be alive. I think that's the plan. What you doing, babe? What brings you here? What do you mean, is that your name? Molly, you've got some issues. You're lucky you were the only option. I'm sorry, that's me. Maybe I should have settled for Cecilia. Ugh. I mean, it still wasn't great in Fire Red Leaf Green, because again, you're still weak to Psychic. So you're still gonna get murdered. Oh, right, I still have to get the fish to give the guy. Today's a good day for it, too, because I don't think he works today. I should continue playing Silver tonight. That should be what I spend my night doing. Before that gets too much further away from me. If I wait too long on that, I'm gonna have a hard time getting back to it ever, so I should probably try to do that after the stream. Probably get something else to eat. And then dig into that. I actually don't really have anything to do on retro achievements tonight. Unless I keep playing Spyro. Do I have to go, like, maybe when they said upstream, they fucking meant it. Oh, it's raining and snowing. Take it from a Pennsylvanian, that sucks. I think we should just all go home. Enough with the fucking bass, man. Enough with the fucking edgy character from Mega Man 8. That was a joke for Scarlet. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't want to, I'm fishing. It's another fucking chicken! Come on, man. I mean, come on. What do you think I'm gonna name it? I should name one Broth. I just thought of that. Oh, good. They didn't teleport me home. Thank you. Remind me, Volpe. I don't know when this is gonna happen, but I figured you would enjoy this because I remember you asking about it before. Once we get to the point in speedruns where I dig Mega Man 8 back out, the D-Rust run should be cutscene %. Like, don't skip any cutscenes in the first run. I have vague memory of you asking way back when I was speedrunning it, like, can you do cutscene %? Maybe I'm crazy, though. Alright, I finally got the fish I needed. Let's find this motherfucker and turn it in. He's right down here, apparently, somewhere. I don't know when we're gonna get to 8, though. Yeah! That's the spirit. Aw, Theo, I think you jumped the gun. You're gonna have to wait for me to say, like, can I get some yeahs in chat? Okay, get rid of the fishies. Oh yeah, so I realized last night, Theo, at the end of the stream, because I brought the maps up and I was saying, like, here's what my routes are. And for your why am I tired already? For your playthrough, I don't know if I remember everything you picked for your path, but did you pick anything for the wild card, or did you not decide on something for the wild card yet? I didn't account for the fact that you also have to go to Ganon's Tower still, just even complete the event. And I was like, oh yeah, he has to do that, and I don't know what he's doing for that. But I also don't remember what you picked for musician or knight. I think knight was something I'd never heard of. And musician might be too, come to think of it. Okay. Sell soup. Ducklings do exist, they're just extremely rare, apparently. And did you do the Spyro monthly? Or did you just pass on that, or just didn't get to it yet? Same goes for the Rune Factory weekly, I guess. Which was fairly easy to do. Yo. Have you played Spyro before? If you've played it before, it's not that big of a deal. It's pretty jarring, but it's fine. Especially because all you have to do is rescue the dragons. You can just skip everything else. Don't eat it! God damn it. Just a quick stretch. Just a quick getting very close to the end of the stream stretch. didn't get that one? What the hell? He's right there. Why do I keep referring to them as he's when they're very obviously not he's? What is wrong with me? Tell me you were born in the 1990s and without telling me you were born in the 1980s. You grew up in the 1990s. There we go. That's the way I'm looking for. I told you I can't words. And Scarlett expects me to just remember everything that I want to tell her just to bring it up in the next stream. Oh, okay. Just a little bit of inventory management. Anyway, my point is, I feel like that's very much grew up in the 1990s playing video games kind of mentality, where you just assume everything is male until proven otherwise. Was kind of the joke there. I feel like when I see people doing that, making that mistake, they're usually millennials or older. Save me. Winter night. We're so close to the end of the year, man. I kind of want to keep going just to finish the year. But I also don't. Oh, I've tried to forget the Titans. It's just too burned into my memory. Alright, I think I'm gonna get out of here. I think that'll be it for tonight. We will be back for more of this on Monday. As per usual. I'm gonna level with you. If anyone knows, I don't want to know the answer to this. I don't know how long this game is. I'm assuming that year 5 is the last year, but I feel like there could be a 6th year. But I feel like it's probably 5 years. So I expect that we have 3 streams left. Is my expectation. But I'm not sure. Again, if you know how many years there are, I don't want to know. I'd rather just speculate. I think I'll know right away at the beginning of the next year. Because my thought process is we're either gonna time jump ahead to when my daughter is through her edgy phase, and then she's gonna start helping out on the farm more. She's gonna start embracing family more. Yada 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 yada. Or there's gonna be a year where she like leaves and goes to college because she just wants out of this fucking town. And then she'll be gone for that year, and then she'll come back the next year, and that's when she'll be like, oh yeah, I've come around, I realized it's all about family, Tom, and, it could go either way. So I think whatever the time jump into the next year is, that's going to tell me how much more we have. I'm having a great time, though. It's a very cozy and fun game. Very glad I picked it up. Still very eager to see what the games after this did with the series. Because I feel like this game is so much different than Harvest Moon 64, and I think that's why I like it. It's different in a way that it's so different that you can't even really compare the games. Which is very refreshing. As far as I know, which is, I don't know a lot, but I think a lot of the games after this, they kind of backpedaled back to Harvest Moon 64 and just kept making games like that. I don't know if that's true. We'll try and get there and find out at some point. I might try and check some of them out on Retro Achievements, maybe. From what I can. There was like 17 of them on 3DS and Wii, so I'm not going to be able to touch on those, but... And maybe I'll do a full stream playthrough of Friends of Mineral Town, the remake, because that's on Game Pass, so why not? I don't know. we'll see. For now, I'll be back tomorrow with more retro achievements. We will continue Drill Dozer, and then we will also continue Castlevania, the Dracula X Chronicles later in the night. Saturday, I think Eno and I are going to check out Plate Up, which is I'm not fucking with you, a roguelike restaurant manager. Tune in and find out. That's what I'll say. Sunday's a big question mark. Sunday I'll either take off or we'll just do more retro achievements, and then Monday we'll come back and do more Story of Seasons. So, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight, and for all the exciting conversation. I had a great time. My throat's very tired, but I had a great time. Excuse me. I'm gonna go fiddle with my new phone and get all that set up after I make more burritos, probably. So yeah, thank you all again for hanging out tonight. I will see you tomorrow. If I don't, then enjoy your weekends, and I will see you again soon.